Chapter 810. Luo Hai instantly heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. He even had the mentality of watching a good show. Humph. Heaven Weeping Sect Master. I'll let you be complacent for now. In a while, you, Heaven Weeping Sect Master, will become the one who weeps. Dongbu Shueing could not relax at all. Even though Ancestor Devil was powerful, his opponent was a primal chaos expert, Heaven Weeping Sect Master, and an incarnation of the legendary Ancestor Bone. At that moment, the Fiend Ancestor brought along his 6 incarnations, his battle intent surging. The luxurious, white-robed elder shook his head and laughed. He casually sat down, and the countless white bones behind him formed a throne. He sat on the throne and placed his left hand on the glossy white bone armrest. He looked at the distant Ancestor Devil with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Ancestor Devil of the Great Void Heaven Temple, I have known your Great Void Heaven Temple's Tianyu for a very long time. Shouldn't you show some respect to an old man like me? Isn't it just gathering some fear and resentment to nurture treasures? The strong live and the weak die. They are weak, so they deserve to die. Humph, if there weren't any rules, I wouldn't care about this either. The Devil Ancestor's voice shook the countless white bones around him. He indeed believed in the survival of the fittest, which was why he created the Dark Abyss. He continued coldly, however, my Great Void Heaven Temple, the Void Temple, and many other forces have already set the rules. I am the Punishment Hall Master of the Great Void Heaven Temple, so I naturally have to abide by the rules. According to the rules, the Heaven Weeping Sect Master should be punished. Rules? That's the rule you made. I never agreed to it. The white-robed old man smiled. Furthermore, I've given face to the Great Void Heaven Temple and allowed you to leave with your people. Otherwise, if you come here and ruin my sect's business, you won't be able to leave. You can't leave. Ancestor Devil swept his gaze and looked at Heaven Weeping Sect Master. The Heaven Weeping Sect Master also sneered. That's right. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. I advise you to leave quickly. That way you can still live. I'll give you one last chance. Take your people and scram far away. The white-robed old man ordered with a smile. The Fiend Ancestor's eyes turned cold. Oh, with just you guys? Courting death. The white-robed old man lightly tapped the armrest with his left hand, but his body suddenly turned illusory and solidified again, and his aura began to rise rapidly. The vast and endless white bones in the surroundings gradually changed. Every single bone turned into jade, and a vast and clear operating law began to appear in the surroundings. This was an extremely cold and domineering operating law. The law was extremely majestic, not inferior to the operating law of the universe. The Fiend Ancestor's expression changed drastically as he looked at the white-robed elder. True body. With his cultivation realm, he also discovered that Ancestor Bone's aura had completely changed. It was no longer an incarnation, but his true body. Too late. Ancestor Bone extended his hand indifferently, and a malevolent-looking black axe appeared in his hand. There were very simple golden patterns on the huge axe, and the blade of the axe was constantly slicing through the void. He casually threw the black axe towards the Heaven Weeping Sect Master. Ancestor Bone's true body is here. Even though Dongbu Shueing was weak, he was able to guess it. His master, Voidwalker Gu Chi's information had recorded and described every final realm existence. Ancestor Bone had once used 2 of his ribs as the core, and used various precious materials to finally forge a terrifying weapon, Black Rot Tenax. It looked tyrannical, but in reality it was an extremely sinister ultimate weapon. Ultimate weapon was also a universe-level weapon. It was also a treasure of the highest level. In terms of strength, Ancestor Bone was at the bottom amongst the final realm existences. However, this Black Rot Tenax of his was extremely famous and could be ranked at the top amongst the many ultimate weapons. because the core was two of his ribs. Only in his hands could it display its strongest strength. Ancestor Bone's most important weapon had appeared, so his true body was naturally here as well. "Stop!" Ancestor Devil suddenly shouted. Heaven-weeping sect master, who had just grabbed the black rotten hatchet, was rather excited. He could feel the vast and inconceivable power contained within the black rotten hatchet. Actually, it looked like he was grabbing the weapon, but in reality, the power of the weapon was being controlled by Ancestor Bone. He was merely borrowing Heaven-weeping sect master's hand to display it. "Before this, I asked you to leave, but you didn't. Now, you can't even leave even if you wanted to. You still want me to stop?" The Heaven-weeping sect master sneered. Not only did the demon ancestor stop, he also sent a message to Dongbu Shuang. "Dongbu Shuang, I know you are also from the primal cosmos and you are from my hometown. That is why I accepted this mission and came to see you, my junior. I didn't expect to discover the secret scheme of the Heaven-weeping sect master. Now I'm in big trouble. With the true body of Ancestor Bone here, I definitely can escape. In a while, I will execute a secret technique to send you away. Ancestor Bone will make a move on me, but he will disdain to make a move on you. Senior Demon Ancestor." Dongbu Shuang was a little anxious. "Rest assured, even if you are captured by him, you will at most suffer. Even if you give that old skeleton more courage, he will absolutely not dare to kill a primal chaos expert of my great Void Heaven Temple." Demon Ancestor transmitted. "I will now distract the attention of the Heaven-weeping sect master before sending you away. Ancestor Bone will disdain to make a move because of his status. The Heaven-weeping sect master will definitely obstruct me. Understood?" Dongbu Shuang understood the urgency of the situation. "This little friend, how about I send you and Dongbu Shuang away together?" Demon Ancestor looked at Luo Hai. "There is no need to care about me. I have my own survival techniques," Luo Hai transmitted confidently. Demon Ancestor was slightly startled when he heard that. At this moment, he was still so confident. What was his background? Actually, with the shrewdness of Demon Ancestor, he had already discovered that Luo Hai seemed to be calmer than Dongbu Shuang. For him to be so calm at this moment, either he was prepared to die, or he had absolute confidence. Demon Ancestor was transmitting with Dongbu Shuang in the dark while sneering at Heaven-weeping sect master. "Heaven-weeping, even if you have the black rotten hatchet, you are still not my opponent. Defeat my 6 incarnations first before we talk." The moment he finished speaking, the 6 incarnations around Demon Ancestor immediately turned into streams of light, surrounding Heaven-weeping sect master almost instantaneously. Heaven-weeping sect master wielded the black rotten hatchet. The edge of his mouth revealed a disdainful sneer. He simply swept his hatchet horizontally. Hua! A very thin black light shadow swept across the 6 incarnations of Demon Ancestor. As this black light shadow sliced across in the shape of a fan, Demon Ancestor was shocked to discover that all 6 of his incarnations were strangely restrained. The unseen restraints were like ropes binding his 6 incarnations. Even when he tried his best to move, his movements became slow. Pooh! Out of the 6 incarnations, 4 of them dissipated after being cut horizontally. Only 2 incarnations condensed successfully after being cut apart. One was a blood shadow incarnation, and the other was a black, liquid body. They were the 2 incarnations with the strongest survival capabilities. What? Demon Ancestor was astonished. Although the Great Void Heaven Temple also had ultimate weapons, Forefather Tianyu and Lake Heart Island Swordmaster would occasionally spar with Demon Ancestor. They would control their strength, and it was even more impossible for them to use ultimate weapons. Although Demon Ancestor had the chance to taste the ultimate weapon, the black rotten hatchet was much more terrifying than he expected. You can't escape. The 2 brats behind you can't escape either. Heaven-weeping sect master wielded the black rattan hatchet. He couldn't be bothered with the two incarnations of demon ancestor. He pounced towards demon ancestor's true body. You and the two brats behind you will soon know what it means to wish for death. Suddenly, time came to a standstill. Heaven-weeping sect master's black rattan hatchet stopped in midair. Demon ancestor, who was secretly executing a secret technique, remained motionless. Luo Hai was still smiling as he watched, but his expression froze. Dongbue Shui Ying's nervous expression froze as well. In reality, with the realm of heaven-weeping sect, master, and ancestor demon, it was too difficult to affect them with the flow of time. It was even harder to make them freeze in time. Dongbue Shui Ying and Luo Hai had even stopped thinking. At this moment, time had stopped for them. Heaven-weeping sect master and ancestor demon were slightly better. Their souls could still maintain a slower speed of thinking. Who exactly is it? The two of them were slightly horrified and shocked. Even if it was a cosmos god, they would not be afraid if it was just an incarnation. Even if the true body of a cosmos god came, it was only due to the gap in strength between them. And it was impossible for the other party to control time to prevent them from moving. That was too horrifying. One could see a figure appearing from the white bone great land. It was a young male wearing a loose indigo robe walking over. Lord Lo Cheng, heaven-weeping sect master and ancestor demon, immediately understood. Cosmos gods were unparalleled because they possessed the strength of a cosmos. And Lord Lo Cheng was clearly at the primal chaos realm, yet his realm was too high. His control of the laws and profound mysteries was more terrifying than Forefather Tianyu and Lake Heart Island Swordmaster, who comprehended the laws and profound mysteries at the final realm. His realm had reached an unfathomable stage. In terms of realm, even the faintly strongest existence in the 5 great sacred worlds in the ancient sacred world, as well as other terrifying existences in the open or in the dark, and even Voidwalker Guqi felt that Lord Lo Cheng's realm was the strongest. Old Skeleton. The young male wearing the loose indigo robe, Lord Lo Cheng, looked at Ancestor Bone, who was seated on the white bone throne in the distance. Ancestor Bone's expression was slightly ugly. He awkwardly stood up from the white bone throne. Say, how are you going to explain to me? Lord Lo Cheng looked at Ancestor Bone. Chapter 8:11. Ancestor Devil and Heaven Weeping. Sect Master couldn't move, and they couldn't hear anything. They could only see that Ancestor Bone seemed to have lowered his stance when facing Lord Lo Cheng. They knew that Lord Lo Cheng was much stronger than Ancestor Bone, much stronger than Ancestor Tianyu and Void Primogenitor. However, he was still an ultimate realm existence. Even if he couldn't win, he could still preserve his life. Why was there a need to be so cautious? The two of them could see the situation. The time where Dongbue Shui Ying and Luo Hai were at was completely still. Ancestor Bone stood up from his white bone throne and tried his best to smile. Haha, Lord Lo Cheng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Lord Lo Cheng in such a desolate place. What exactly attracted Lord Lo Cheng? Is it Ancestor Devil? Is it those two brats? It can't be that you are purposely staring at me and heaven weeping, right? I am asking you. How are you going to give me an explanation? Lord Lo Cheng looked at him. Ancestor Bone's expression was slightly ugly. Back when I agreed to let you enter the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world and receive the protection of the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world, I had already set the conditions. Luo City, Lord continued. If Yuan didn't request for my help, would you be able to enter the Eastern Unicorn sacred world? Now that you have entered Eastern Unicorn's sacred world, you're not abiding by the rules I set? Lord Lo Cheng, Ancestor Bone said. Firstly, I didn't violate your rules. These 200 over primal chaos lands were occupied by void creatures. They were devoured and massacred, causing fear and resentment. All of these have nothing to do with me. You can even look through space-time. I really didn't know about this beforehand. It was Heaven Weeping's sect master's own idea. Secondly, even though Heaven Weeping's sect master did such a thing, these primal chaos lands are in the primal chaos void and not within Eastern Unicorn's sacred world. You can prohibit them from massacring in Eastern Unicorn sacred world. But in other sacred worlds, or even the primal chaos void, it is hard to prohibit this. Lord Lo Cheng looked at Ancestor Bone and said indifferently, "All right, I admit that you didn't know about it beforehand. But when Heaven Weeping's sect master asked you for help and your incarnation descended, you should have known about this matter, right?" "Got it. Not only did you not deal with it, you even cried for the heavens?" Lord Lo Cheng's eyes were filled with cold intent. "Since you have obtained the protection of the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world, you better be obedient and forget about those evil methods of yours." Ancestor Bone was a little embarrassed. Even Cosmos gods were not absolutely safe. Void Walker Gucci had been chased to the point where he had nowhere to go. Even the Void Primogenitor could not protect him. Back then, the most primitive ancient saint world was the source of everything. Even though the current ancient saint world was huge enough, it was only 1% of the original ancient saint world. How stable and powerful the ancient sacred world was. But in the end, it was still shattered. The progenitor of the laws and profound mysteries lineage had died long ago. Like Ancestor Bone, he was considered one of the weakest cosmos gods. That time when he offended a huge enemy, he could hide in the Eastern Unicorn sacred world for protection. I also just found out about it. Ancestor Bone said. He was also a little resentful. The Heaven Weeping sect master was really an idiot. His subordinates couldn't kill these two little fellows. So why did he have to show himself? He should just let those two little fellows escape. Heaven Weeping sect master wanted to act personally. It was fine if he could resolve the matter. Instead, he offended Ancestor Devil of the Great Void Heaven Temple. He wanted Ancestor Devil to leave, yet Ancestor Devil was not willing to. In the end, he begged Ancestor Bone. The place where Ancestor Bone cultivated in closed door was in the primal chaos void outside the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world. It wasn't too far from here. This was also the reason why the Heaven Weeping sect master chose this region. Ancestor Bone also placed great importance on his subordinates. At the same time, he held on to a wishful thinking that it was impossible for Lord Lo Cheng to know everything. As long as he concealed everything that happened here, the matter would be over and nobody would be able to find any evidence. But Lord Lo Cheng actually appeared just like that. The Eastern Unicorn sacred world was so vast. Why would it be so coincidental for Lord Lo Cheng to come here in such a short period? I just found out about it and didn't think too much about it. Naturally, I will protect my subordinates. Ancestor Bone said, "What do you think I should do?" Lord Lo Cheng looked at him. Ancestor Bone looked at Lord Lo Cheng. In his mind, he recalled what Yuan once instructed him. It is best that you don't become enemies with Lord Lo Cheng. But you don't have to be too afraid, since he won't easily kill you. He has the strength to kill cosmos gods. But the moment he does, he will have to pay the price. As long as you don't make him truly angry, he won't act against you. To Yuan, Ancestor Bone trusted him. "I'm willing to pay 1,000 Origin World Rocks. Also that robe which Heaven Weeping sect master refined." Ancestor Bone said, 5,000 Origin World Rocks, and that robe of his. I'll forget about this matter. Lord Lo Cheng said. Ancestor Bone felt his heart aching. Origin World Rocks were formed after the most primitive ancient sacred world exploded in that horrifying great battle. The origin source energy of the most primitive ancient sacred world scattered in all directions, turning into Origin World Rocks. Every Origin World Rock was extremely precious. A protective treasure, like Dongbua Shuiying's Black Gourd, was worth far more than an ordinary primal chaos flying ship, and 500 Origin World Rocks was sufficient. That time it was not easy for Gu Qi to refine this protective treasure. He had to control a celestial body comparable to the sun star. And now Lord Lo Cheng directly asked for 5,000 origin world rocks. That was equivalent to 10 protective treasures. Being a cosmos god, Ancestor Bone felt heartache too. All right, Ancestor Bone agreed. Very soon, the time stagnation was lifted. Dongbua Shueing, Luo Hai, Ancestor Devil, and Heaven Weeping Sect Master regained their freedom. Give your Heaven Weeping sacred robe to Lord Lo Cheng. Ancestor Bone took the initiative to say. As for the matter of him giving 5,000 origin world rocks, that was done in secret. He could not do it openly, or else it would be too embarrassing. Heaven Weeping Sect Master widened his eyes. He felt anxious. Forefather, he transmitted anxiously. Forefather, why is there a need to be afraid of Lord Lo Cheng? With you around, even if we can't defeat him, we can still escape. I can escape, but it is just a matter of a thought for him to kill you. I can't even save you in time. Instead of killing you, I merely asked you to take out the Heaven Weeping sacred robe you refined. It is already me giving up my face to persuade you. Ancestor Bone transmitted. Heaven Weeping Sect Master felt that it was logical too. After all, he could not even move in front of Lord Lo Cheng. But the price I paid, Heaven Weeping Sect Master was unwilling. I have already instructed you to do these things further away from the Eastern Unicorn sacred world. Who asked you to be so close to it? Ancestor Bone transmitted. You can only blame your bad luck for encountering Lord Lo Cheng. Heaven Weeping Sect Master felt helpless. Why did he meet him? He sent his subordinates to do these things, and he hid in the dark without others knowing. Ancestor Devil had investigated for a long time before discovering this. This time he had just appeared and Lord Lo Cheng appeared. All right, survival first. I'll help you refine treasures in the future. As for doing such things in the future, it is better to stay as far away from the Eastern Unicorn sacred world as possible. Ancestor Bone transmitted. All right. Heaven Weeping Sect Master could only nod his head. Previously, he was afraid that someone would mess things up. He felt that he would have a backing if he was closer to Ancestor Devil's seclusion grounds. Who would have thought that when Lord Lo Cheng appeared, even though Ancestor Bone managed to preserve his life, he still had to pay a huge price. Very quickly, Heaven Weeping Sect Master handed over the gray robe that contained boundless resentment and fear before leaving with Ancestor Bone. Lord Lo Cheng casually kept the robe after receiving it. You brat, you are begging me to take action so quickly. Lord Lo Cheng smiled as he glanced at Luo Hai. Let's go. Follow me back. So he is Lord Lo Cheng's junior. Ancestor Devil then said. No wonder Lord Lo Cheng appeared here so coincidentally. Luo Hai smiled at Dongbua Shueing. I didn't lie, right? He is my father. I have already sent a message to him, and he has already arrived. It's just that he is not in a hurry to take action. I originally wanted to see the strength of the new punishment Hall Master of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Who would have thought that Ancestor Bone would actually give his black Rot-10 hatchet to his subordinate? Lord Lo Cheng shook his head. Previously, when the Sword Master of the Great Void Heaven Temple came to my place, he even praised you. Ancestor Devil only revealed a slight smile, but did not say anything. Sword Master? This was the opponent he viewed as his entire life. Dongbua Shueing. Let's return to the Great Void Heaven Temple. Ancestor Devil said. Senior Ancestor Devil, I have something to ask Lord Lo Cheng. Dongbua Shueing said. Lord Lo Cheng was stunned as he looked at the white-robed youth in front of him. Oh, what's the matter? Lord Lo Cheng asked. I would like to ask if there are any treasures that can allow stage for world deities to transcend. Dongbua Shueing asked. Lord Lo Cheng's status was extraordinary and his realm was extremely high. His horizons were definitely not something he could compare to. He was not that thick-skinned to ask for treasures, but if he were to ask for information, with brother Luo Hai around, Lord Lo Ching should be able to answer him. Even if Lord Lo Ching was disdainful to answer, he would not lose anything. Transcend? Lord Lo Cheng was slightly stunned. He revealed a smile and looked at Dongbua Shuang. For your family? Yes. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Chapter 812. Hearing Dongbua Shuang's question, Ancestor Devil could not help but shake his head slightly. Luo Hai frowned too. As for Lord Lo Cheng, he looked up at the vast primal chaos void above. Mortals will experience birth, age, sickness, and death. Transcendence have a limit too. Even deities and world deities could not transcend in the river of time, and they would eventually die over time. Only by transcending the river of time could they enjoy eternal life. But even if they transcended, they could not resist against the power of the primal chaos void, other than a few who have secret techniques and unique treasures. Most would have to become void gods before they could survive in the primal chaos void. Void gods have many enemies too. Even those at the origin birth realm, unity realm, and primal chaos realm who broke through to become final realm cosmos gods similarly have to fight with each other, and are restricted by the supreme law. Lord Lo Ching looked at Dongbua Shuang. Thus, quite a few cosmos gods have fallen in history. Dongbua Shuang was startled. He asked why Lord Lo Ching said all these for stage, for world deities to transcend. These are the laws. Lord Lo Ching looked at Dongbua Shuang. The supreme law exists everywhere. If there were no laws, how could the world withstand the longevity of all sentient beings? For stage for world deities to transcend, they would have to rely on themselves to cultivate and comprehend. Even if there are some treasures, they would be used to aid in cultivation. It would allow your soul to become more ethereal during cultivation, and the effect would be better. Lord Lo Ching said, "You are just a little fellow who isn't even a void god. Yet you want to help your loved ones transcend? You are thinking too much. It is better for you to cultivate properly." Ancestor Devil added from the side, "Life and death are common sense. You have cultivated till now, yet you cannot see through this? I can see through it, and I have to do my best too." Dongbua Shuang said, "Younger brother Dongbua, it is too difficult to rely on external force to transcend." Luo Hai muttered. Dongbua Shuang's eyes brightened. Too difficult? That meant there was hope. Lord Lo Ching looked at the young man in front of him and said, "All rules leave behind an opportunity. From what I know, there are 3 ways for a universe god in the 4th heaven to transcend with external power." 3 methods? Dongbua Shuang was getting excited. First, in the ancestor mother world of the 5 great sacred worlds, the ancestor mother world can nurture an embryo. When the embryo has just formed, the soul can enter it and rely on the embryo to break out of its shell. The moment it is born, it will immediately transcend. But its weakness was absolute loyalty to the ancestor mother. Even if the ancestor mother asked him to commit suicide, he would not resist. Lord Lo Ching said. Dongbua Shuang was dumbfounded. That method might seem like transcendence, but in reality, he would become a loyal servant of the ancestor mother. Secondly, it would be the ancestor sorcerer of the myriad ancient sacred world. The ancestor sorcerer researched the myriad of living beings and was able to create the heart of eternity. As long as one could fuse the heart of eternity into one soul, it would be able to help one's soul forcefully transcend the river of time. Luo City Lord said. Dongbua Shuang became excited as he listened. Third, in the ancient sacred world's sacred master. The sacred master has a unique fruit tree, the origin world fruit tree. The fruits he nurtures are mystical, and eating one will allow one to transcend. Lord Lo Ching said, both the eternal heart and origin world fruit have no repercussions. Hearing this, Dongbua Shui-ing could not help but feel an intense desire rising within him. It is too difficult for Wu Zhu to refine the eternal heart. According to what I know, he has only refined 3 of them over the long years. 2 of them were for his loved ones and good friends, and the last was for a trade with Blade Emperor. Lord Lo Chung chuckled. For the sake of obtaining that eternal heart, Blade Emperor and Wu Zhu worked together to kill a cosmos god. Wanting to get Wu Zhu to refine another one? I can't even imagine what price he would have to pay. The origin world fruit is extremely rare. With the arrogance of the sacred master, he is not willing to give it to outsiders. He would at most bestow it to his subordinates who have contributed greatly. According to what I know, the sacred master has only traded 2 origin world fruits with other cosmos gods. Luo City Lord looked at Shui-ing. Hence, even if a cosmos god wishes for an origin world fruit, it is something he could not obtain even if he wished for it. Dongbua Shui-ing turned pale when he heard that. He knew Sacred Master occupied the ancient sacred world and was faintly the strongest existence across the 5 great sacred worlds and primal chaos void. Wanting to get an origin world fruit from him? Ancestor Mother was extremely powerful too. Ancestor Mother and Jiezu were second only to the Sacred Master in terms of strength, and were considered the top 3 existences. Wu Zhu was similarly ranked at the forefront, and was close to Ancestor Mother and Jiezu. These were the most famous and terrifying existences. Some cosmos gods have sealed their loved ones and good friends before they reach the end of their lifespans, stopping time. Ancestor Devil coldly said, they also desire to allow the most important people in their lives to transcend. But that is exactly what they want. Dongbua Shui-ing felt an unseen pressure. Then why was it so difficult for existences who cultivated to the final realm to obtain the origin world fruit? Other than that, there are some treasures that can aid in cultivation. Lord Lo Ching said, you don't have to ask about these. Your great void heaven temple will definitely have records of some treasures that can aid in cultivation. They are quite mystical and are extremely helpful to cultivation. If your comprehension ability is good, you can rely on them to transcend. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. He knew that many treasures that could aid in cultivation were more valuable the more mystical they were. It was something that a puny ruler like him did not dare to hope for. Luo Hai, it is time for us to leave. Lord Lo Chung looked at his son. Younger brother Dongbua, what you said is very troublesome to me. I can't help you. Luo Hai walked over to the side of Dongbua Shui-ing. In the future, you can come to the Star City to find me. Definitely, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Lord Lo Ching chuckled before bringing his son to teleport away. Even though he felt that this brat called Dongbua Shui-ing was quite talented, given his current status and vision, he did not care too much about this brat who was not even a void god. The primal chaos void was extremely cold. Dongbua Shui-ing did not feel it previously, but now he could not help but feel a strand of coldness in his heart. Eternal Heart and Origin World Fruit were too high and unattainable. Wanting to rely on external forces to transcend was too difficult. When your family dies along with the cosmos reincarnation, you will get used to it over time. Ancestor Devil coldly said from the side. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned at that moment. No matter what, he would do his best. There was still a long time before the epoch of his hometown cosmos ended. It was sufficient for him to grow. Even if he could not get the Eternal Heart or Origin World Fruit, it was fine for him to work hard to get some precious treasures that could aid in cultivation. After all, his wife and son's comprehension abilities were quite good, and they had long become stage for world deities. Perhaps on the day he returned, his wife and son would have transcended by themselves. Go, let us first kill our way through the surrounding primal chaos lands. Ancestor Devil brought Dongbua Shui-ing through the void. His speed was much, much faster. Just spending 30 years or so, He had traversed through more than 200 primal chaos lands. Even though Heaven Weeping Sect Master had given the order in the dark, for the sake of concealing his identity, he had directly contacted the core Unity Realm experts. He then asked these Unity Realm experts to pass down the orders. Due to the distance between the primal chaos lands, the orders were passed down from one to the other because he had killed 5 Unity Realm experts previously, and Dongbu Shui-ing and Luo Hai had killed void gods. It resulted in a break in the transmission of information. In addition, some void creatures were still sleeping soundly. When Ancestor Devil swept through, he actually discovered more than 60 void gods. As for ruler realm void creatures, there were even more. Naturally, he killed all of them without mercy. Who? Ancestor Devil brought Dongbu Shui-ing forward through the primal chaos void. Ahead is the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. Ancestor Devil stopped. An incomparably huge land appeared ahead. It was so big that one could not see its boundaries. It was much bigger than the cosmos itself. The outermost layer of this incomparably vast continent had layers of clouds. As the clouds flowed, there were countless rainbow-colored lightning creatures flying within them at all times. Just by getting close, Dongbu Shui-ing felt that his flying speed was being affected. If he were to enter the sacred world, his speed would most likely be very slow. The Eastern Unicorn Sacred World is too far away from the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World. It is impossible for us to travel through the endless primal chaos void. That would take too long. Ancestor Devil said, "We will enter the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World and seek the help of a primal chaos realm expert. He will teleport us back to the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World." Dongbu Shui-ing nodded. The majority of cosmos gods could not teleport through an ultra-long distance. Instead, only a few primal chaos realm giants who cultivated unique systems could do it. Asking for their help to teleport would require a huge price. These primal chaos realm giants could become the wealthiest group of primal chaos realm experts just by collecting the travel fees. He wrote slowly. Today he wrote even faster. Chapter 813. You haven't entered the 5 great sacred worlds before, right? Ancestor Devil suddenly thought of something. He turned to Dongbu Shui-ing. Amen. After leaving my hometown cosmos, I have always been rushing through the primal chaos void. Dongbu Shui-ing said. Ancestor Devil nodded. South, he directly brought Dongbu Shui-ing and turned into a stream of light, charging towards the surface of the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. There were many lightning creatures in the layers of clouds. There were even some extremely terrifying creatures hidden within. But Ancestor Devil, being a primal chaos realm giant, did not care about anything. In just a breath of time, he passed through the layers of clouds and saw the boundless land. Currently, the sky was bright, and there was an enormous sun slowly rising in the distance. That's right. The sun and moon were not unique to his hometown cosmos. Legend has it that during the most primitive ancient sacred world, there was an incomparably blazing and explosive sun star and an incomparably cold and reserved moon star revolving around the ancient sacred world. Ever since the most primitive ancient sacred world exploded, the few sacred worlds that were created after that, all of them had a sun and moon revolving around them. Like Dongbu Shui-ing and the others in his hometown cosmos, Forefather Tianyu had also created a smaller sun star and moon star when he created them. Clearly, it was more suitable for life forms to reproduce and survive under the illumination of the sun and moon. Such a huge sun star. Dongbu Shui-ing felt startled. The sun star that rose at the easternmost point of the sacred world was huge and vast. The sun star in his hometown cosmos could not compare with it. The laws here are too strong. Dongbu Shui-ing sighed inwardly. The sacred world was extremely stable, and the operating laws were stronger. Only cosmos gods who reached the final realm could destroy it. Even so, it was merely a possibility, since it was not easy for cosmos gods to destroy a sacred world. For example, the final 13th sword of the 13 apocalyptic swords could indeed damage the sacred world. If he used it a few more times, the entire sacred world might be destroyed. However, that was already the most terrifying and forbidden attack of Patriarch Tianyu's. Patriarch Tianyu would not use such a forbidden attack unless it was absolutely necessary. This move placed a huge burden on his body and the cosmos in his body. The laws are too strong, and the suppression on me is too strong. Previously, when Dongbua Shui Ing approached the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world, he could already feel the suppression. Now that he had entered the Eastern Unicorn's sacred world, the suppression of the laws was even more exaggerated. Even his vision and hearing were greatly suppressed. Phew! Dongbua Shui Ing tried to fly, but in a flash he flew back to his original spot. So slow! His current speed was so slow that he could only fly 5 to 6 miles in the blink of an eye. Mirage World? Void Shift? I really can't teleport anymore? Shui Ing felt helpless. He knew all of this before he came. The laws of the sacred world were too powerful. After all, there were as many experts as the clouds here, and there were many true gods and void gods too. There were a bunch of primal chaos realm giants and several cosmos gods standing at the peak. According to what he knew, even the void walkers who specialized in movement had to become a void god before they could achieve short-distance void penetration, which was equivalent to teleportation. As for those who did not specialize in it, they would have to reach the Unity Realm before they could teleport. As for ultra-long distance void penetration that could allow them to travel, primal chaos realm giants could naturally do it. Very few existences at the Unity Realm could do it too. As for true god rulers, he had never heard of anyone who could penetrate through the void within the sacred world. The laws here were too strong. True gods can still fly, but world deities can't even do so. Dongbua Shui Ing looked downwards. There was a city below, and there were many residents within. Currently, the area covered by his mirage world was too small, just 1,000 meters. By relying on the senses of the void, he could barely sense the aura of the residents within the city. The residents within the city, the weakest, were transcendents. In other words, those babbling children or infants drinking milk were all transcendents. Ordinary adults, or even slightly more powerful youths, were all deities. Clearly, in the sacred world, those who reached adulthood could become deities. But under the suppression of the powerful laws, their destructive power was extremely low, and there were very few world deities. There were at least 1 million residents within the city, yet there were only a few dozen world deities. Furthermore, they could not fly. Even though they are suppressed by the laws, they are at least transcendents when they are born and deities when they reach adulthood. Their lifespans are very long. Dongbua Shui Ing said, "They are much better than the countless mortals in my hometown cosmos. They are indeed much stronger, but they face many tribulations too." Ancestor Devil looked downwards. He indifferently said, "The Devour class cultivation system is the easiest and simplest. It is also the most widespread. Thus, some Devour class cultivators would suddenly act and devour a large number of living beings. It is very common for them to devour an entire city. Thus, the life forms in the sacred world usually have a lifespan of more than 100 million years. But they have to survive until that day." Ancestor Devil said, "All right, have you experienced it? Do you have some understanding of the sacred world now?" "Amen," Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. "Go." Ancestor Devil brought along Dongbua Shui Ing. They began tearing apart the void forcefully. Previously, when they were rushing through the primal chaos void, Ancestor Devil did not seem to be affected at all. But in the sacred world, the disturbance was clearly much bigger. See la! A distorted time-space maelstrom spanning 300 meters appeared in front of them. Ancestor Devil brought Dongbua Shui Ing directly into the time-space maelstrom. Approximately 500 kilometers away from Ancestor Devil and Dongbua Shuang, a tall and sturdy figure with a big beard suddenly flew into midair from a residence. He looked at the time-space maelstrom that appeared in the distance. This big, bearded, muscular male had golden eyes. He said with slight astonishment, "This is a time-space maelstrom for them to travel? Is it in existence at the primal chaos realm? I actually missed out on such a huge opportunity." The sacred world was too big. Flying slowly, many cultivators, including void gods, would never have the chance to see a primal chaos realm giant in their entire lives. The days of traveling were extremely dull. As they continued moving forward in the time-space maelstrom, Dongbua Shuang could not help but split the majority of his concentration to research his wind ripple path. Over 30,000 years later, we are here. Ancestor Devil, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke, causing Dongbua Shuang to wake up. "We are finally here." Dongbua Shuang sighed in his heart. Being a primal chaos realm giant, he could travel through a long distance in the sacred world. Yet he had to spend 30,000 years before reaching the place where he wanted to meet his friend. If he could not travel through a long distance, it would simply be hopeless to travel in the sacred world. Of course, the weak could use the teleportation arrays to travel, but that would require treasures as a toll. They flew out of the time-space tunnel. Ancestor Devil and Dongbua Shuang appeared in front of the towering Black Palace. Flying is prohibited in the surroundings of the Ancestor Desert Palace. At that moment, two protectors wearing simple armor rushed into the sky. They brought with them a terrifying and sharp killing intent. The armor on their body was covered in lightning. Dongbua Shuang could not help but feel his heart palpitating. He felt that these two protectors could threaten his life. Amen. Dongbua Shuang was slightly startled. He could see that these two protectors were puppets. Great Void Heaven Temple, Ancestor Devil. Ancestor Devil indifferently said, "Tell your master that I am here to pay a visit." The two protectors were slightly startled. Yes, the two of them bowed. Even though flying was forbidden around the Ancestor Desert Palace, primal chaos realm existences at the same level as their master were not affected by this rule. Below, there was currently a large group of cultivators gathered. The majority of them were true gods, and there were a few void gods. They were seated cross-legged on the ground. Some of the newly arrived cultivators were even told, "It isn't time yet. There are still 16 days before the Ancestor Desert Palace recruits disciples. This time they are only recruiting 100 disciples, 10 void gods and 90 true gods. I know that there are more than 10,000 true gods and void gods rushing over. So many? I have experienced untold hardships and suffered many hardships. I have nearly lost my life several times and spent one. 3 billion years. I have used all my treasures and relied on the time-space teleportation array before finally arriving here. According to the legends, it is relatively easier to enter the Ancestor Desert Palace. Who would have thought that there are so many cultivators rushing over from just 100 disciples? These cultivators were all sighing. They could only casually sit on the ground and wait. There was a benefit to being outside the Ancestor Desert Palace. It was safe. Nobody dared to come here and wantonly devour lives. Naturally, the Ancestor Desert Palace only allowed outsiders to gather here when recruiting disciples. Usually they would be chased away. Chapter 8:14. These cultivators who were gathered on a piece of desolate land outside the Ancestor Desert Palace discovered the two figures standing in the sky. Quickly look. They actually dare to fly around the Ancestor Desert Palace? When these cultivators looked up at Ancestor Devil and Dongbua Shuang, Ancestor Devil slightly frowned before emitting an unseen pressure. The cultivators below could not open their eyes at that moment. They could only feel a terrifying suppression on their souls when they saw that figure. They could not help but lower their heads. Regardless of whether they were true gods or void gods, they all lowered their heads. But in their hearts, they were even more shocked. His strength is deep and unfathomable. Ancestor Desert is a legendary primal chaos realm expert. Even his disciples and subordinates had to descend from afar before obediently walking into the Ancestor Desert Palace. Those who dare to fly high above the Ancestor Desert Palace should be at the primal chaos realm. Primal chaos realm? This is a primal chaos realm expert. Some of the true gods who did not have much experience felt a huge impact on their souls when they looked up. Nevertheless, they could not help but do their best to look up. Following that, the terrifying suppression made them lower their heads. Primal Chaos Realm. I actually have the chance to see a Primal Chaos Realm expert in my life. Some true gods were so excited that they could not control themselves. Primal Chaos Realm experts were all giants in the sacred world. There were very few of them. Even those who could reach the Ancestor Desert Palace would be eliminated in the end. Only 100 of them could become disciples of the Ancestor Desert Palace. But even if they became disciples of the Ancestor Desert Palace, they might not have the chance to see the highest status in the palace, Ancestor Desert. In the sky above the Ancestor Desert Palace, Ancestor Devil remained standing there coldly. Dongbua Shue Ing stood by the side. Hearing the voices below, Dongbua Shue Ing could not help but ask, "Is it so hard to join a superpower in the sacred world?" A superpower that could stand tall in a region would at least have a primal chaos realm expert guarding it. Ancestor Devil indifferently said, "As for ordinary void gods or unity realm experts, they might be killed on that day. If they could not stand firm, they would not be strong enough, and their foundation would not be strong enough. Hence, they could not form a superpower." Dongbua Shue Ing could not help but nod. For instance, in the Eastern Unicorn sacred world, there are 3 superpowers with cosmos gods, namely Ancestor Bone, Blade Emperor, and Void Primogenitor. The demonic ancestor said, "The Void Primogenitor is only willing to protect some void creatures and the few void walkers who have truly received his inheritance. That's why countless cultivators in the saints' world can only dream about becoming a disciple of the Void Primogenitor. Lord Loching is more transcendent. Even though he isn't any weaker than cosmos gods, he doesn't recruit disciples at all." Ancestor Devil said, "So, in the Eastern Unicorn sacred world, only Blade Emperor, Ancestor Bone, and a few dozen primal chaos existences are recruiting disciples." The demon ancestor said the number of disciples recruited by each faction is relatively small. Compared to the vastness of the saints' world, the number of people who can truly join them is naturally pitifully few. "Why don't you recruit more?" Dongbua Shue Ing asked. "The various forces are recruiting more disciples so that they can become stronger. This will be of great help to the countless cultivators in the sacred world." The fiend ancestor looked at Dongbua Shue Ing. Childish. Dongbua Shue Ing was taken aback. Why do they want to rely on a superpower? Some cultivation techniques have already been spread out. So why do they still want to join a superpower? The fiend ancestor said, "It's for resources." Resources? Dongbua Shue Ing became pensive. For instance, the ancestor mother religion system requires external materials to improve every single time. Similarly, the bloodline cultivation system requires external materials to aid it too. The strongest warrior system requires external materials to aid their bodies too. The fiend ancestor said, even for the hex and laws and profound mystery systems that emphasize on cultivation, hex has to research the myriad existences. They require the help of large amounts of books written by seniors researching on the myriad existences and all sorts of precious materials to aid them too. Like the laws and profound mystery system, it is extremely hard to break through. They require the help of many books written by seniors too. The more one understands the laws and profound mysteries, the easier it would be for them to cultivate. Furthermore, hex and laws and profound mysteries, systems that emphasize on comprehension ability, require external materials to aid them too. Without relying on external materials, they might remain at the unity realm for their entire life. But with the help of some precious materials, they might be able to step into the primal chaos realm. Ancestor Devil looked at Dongbu Shuang. This is also a system that emphasizes on comprehension ability. It is impossible for other systems to improve without resources. And how many resources can one obtain by roaming the sacred world alone? If one were to rely on a superpower, the superpower would naturally help their disciples obtain the most basic resources. Ancestor Devil said, because they have to fork out resources, there is a limit to how many disciples a superpower can recruit. Dongbu Shuang nodded. Right. Resources. For the sake of Jingqiu and you. He was thinking of ways to obtain precious materials that could aid in cultivation. Furthermore, one has to be cautious when recruiting disciples. Ancestor Devil looked downwards. The 5 great sacred worlds and the primal chaos void aren't calm at all. Many superpowers are fighting in the dark, and even cosmos gods might fall. It is normal to send some spies into the enemy superpowers. Thus, one has to be cautious when recruiting disciples. Dongbu Shuang was startled. You are fortunate that you came from our hometown cosmos. Furthermore, you have passed through the starting ground trial and directly became a golden-robed disciple of our great void heaven temple. Ancestor Devil said, many cultivators in the sacred world are envious of you. Naturally, those of us who came out from the cosmos are lacking in many cultivation techniques within the cosmos, and the difficulty of cultivation is much higher. In the sacred world, infants are transcendents and adults are deities. It is comparatively easier for them to cultivate, and there are many different cultivation techniques. It's just that the competition for resources is intense. Naturally, the apex absolute arts aren't easily taught to others. Dongbu Shuang nodded in understanding. Ha ha ha, Ancestor Devil. You just left my place not too long ago, yet you are here again. A clear voice sounded. A plump figure flew over from afar. He had 6 arms and his skin was green. He was beaming with joy. Since I'm done with my matters, I'll naturally have to return. I'll have to trouble Ancestor Desert to send me back to the 7-star oceanic sacred world. Ancestor Devil said, Sure. Of course I'm happy to. You are here just for this little fella? The plump Ancestor Devil looked at Dongbu Shuang. I am a golden-robed disciple of the great void heaven temple. Ancestor Devil nodded. You can bring an additional true god ruler, and I won't add to the fee. Ancestor Devil laughed. You should know the rules. Don't bring too many living beings within your Eden treasure. If it exceeds my control, the teleportation will fail. I know. There will be one more than before. Ancestor Devil nodded. All right, the same rules. 15 origin world rocks. Ancestor Devil smiled. Dongbu Shuang was speechless when he heard that. How ruthless! A round trip would cost 30 origin world rocks. Based on what he knew, an ordinary primal chaos flying ship would only cost 50 origin world rocks. However, Ancestor Devil had massacred and collected many treasures on those 200 over continents. This trip was definitely a profitable one. Hurry up! Ancestor Devil waved his hand, causing many rocks that were emitting strange colors to fly over. Those rocks seemed to contain a power that could stir the hearts of others. Even their souls were trembling, and they had an intense urge to eat them. Origin world rocks, the most primitive ancient sacred world, exploded. The origin energy scattered in all directions, and some turned into origin world rocks. It was said that they were extremely important to cosmos gods. Follow me. Ancestor Devil laughed. He was relatively passionate. This teleportation business of his was targeted towards these experts. The weaker ones could not take out sufficient origin world rocks. Otherwise, even if they could, they would not be willing to. Ancestor Devil brought Dongbua, Shui-Ing, and Ancestor Devil into a spacious palace hall. There was an array at the center of the palace hall. Ancestor Devil brought Dongbua, Shui-Ing into the array with great familiarity. Wang. Ancestor Devil's eyes shot out two light pillars that directly enveloped the region of the array. A unique power enveloped this place. Dongbua Shui-Ing held his breath. Ancestor Devil belonged to the ancient cultivation system. Ancient cultivation referred to the most primitive ancient sacred world and the earliest cultivation system. There were strong and weak ancient cultivation systems, and they specialized in all sorts of strange techniques. Some could easily detect what happened far away. Some could easily travel through different sacred worlds, and some could even prophesy, with an accuracy of more than 80%. Regardless, all sorts of strange techniques originated from the ancient cultivation system. For instance, currently, the strongest existence who occupied the ancient sacred world, Sacred Master, belonged to the ancient cultivation system. Wang. Dongbua Shui-Ing saw it. He saw the surrounding space distorting and collapsing. Another distant space was collapsing too. The two started connecting, forming an extremely short void corridor. An unseen energy brought Ancestor Devil and Dongbua Shui-Ing into the void corridor. Even though the surrounding space would occasionally compress and pull, the scene in front of them changed almost instantaneously. Hong Long, the surrounding space regained its normalcy. Ancestor Devil and Dongbua Shui-Ing appeared in midair. Ancestor Devil swept his gaze around before snorting. The teleportation is slightly off track. We still have to hurry on our way. Because the distance was too far, it was impossible for teleportation to be absolutely accurate. See La, a space-time vortex was torn open, and Ancestor Devil brought Dongbua Shui-Ing into it. This time it was very fast. In just half a day, they exited the space-time vortex and they were still in midair. Ancestor Devil brought Dongbua Shui-Ing along as they continued flying. Suddenly, they touched something, and formless ripples appeared in the surrounding void. The two of them passed through it and disappeared. Dongbua Shui-Ing only felt the scene before him change, and he knew that he had entered a special space. In the distance, there were many towering mountains floating in midair. On these mountains there were caves and palaces. In the center of these floating mountains, there was a huge floating continent. On this continent, there was a chain of palaces, and in the center was an incomparably dazzling palace. The palace was majestic, and its radiance covered every corner of the space. Great Void Heaven Temple, here I come. Dongbua Shui-Ing muttered to himself, and a smile appeared on his face. In the distance, there were still flying cultivators, and they were all members of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Some of them turned their heads over, and when they saw the disciplinary hall master, Ancestor Devil, they were so frightened that they did not dare to look anymore. However, they were also muttering, "There seems to be a true god ruler beside the disciplinary hall master? Who is it? I've never seen him before." Chapter 8:15. Dongbua Shui-Ing followed Ancestor Devil as he flew. At the same time, he was observing some of the distant cultivators. With a glance, he could tell that they were all true gods. According to what I know, there are very few void gods within the Great Void Heaven Temple. It cannot even compare to the number of void gods in the 200 over primal chaos lands. Dongbua Shui-Ing thought. In the vast primal chaos void, there were many cosmos and many primal chaos lands. There were many void gods. Within the sacred world, there were a frightening number of void gods, but there were very few void gods within the Great Void Heaven Temple. Even if a true god disciple became a void god, if they did not reach a sufficient level, they would be placed outside the Great Void Heaven Temple in the outer world's primal chaos cities. One had to know that the Great Void Heaven Temple was one of the three great holy grounds of the seven-star oceanic sacred world. Many life forms were crying and shouting to join the Great Void Heaven Temple. For the sake of increasing their ruling power, 12 primal chaos cities were constructed within the seven-star oceanic sacred world. Every primal chaos city intimidated a region. They were used to supervise the sacred world, recruit disciples, facilitate transportation, and many other purposes. Those relatively weaker void gods were placed outside the primal chaos cities. But even those weaker void gods were void gods who comprehended the laws and profound mysteries. They had obtained the guidance of the Great Void Heaven Temple, and their combat power far surpassed the ordinary void gods in the outer world. Look, Ancestor Devil brought Dongbua Shue Ing towards a floating island. There were 12 cavern dwellings on the floating island. They were of different sizes. This is the Yuxing Island, where the golden-robed disciples stay. Ancestor Devil pointed at those cavern dwellings. According to the position of the cavern dwellings, the highest cavern dwelling is the number 1 golden-robed disciple. The second is the one ranked second at that time. Going down the order, the 10th at the bottom is the golden-robed disciple, who was ranked 10th at that time. There are 2 empty cavern dwellings left at the bottom, and they are prepared for the golden-robed disciples who are born within the cosmos. Like Snow Eagle, the trials you experienced in your hometown cosmos are much simpler than the challenges within the Great Void Heaven Temple. Thus, the benefits you obtained are much lesser. Understood. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded. Palace Master. A voice came from afar. On this island, there was a gray-robed, middle-aged man bowing respectfully, but he was merely a puppet life form that reached the void god realm. This is the golden-robed disciple, Dongbua Shuang. Ancestor Demon looked down and ordered, "From today onwards, he will be your master." This old servant greets master. The gray-robed, middle-aged man immediately bowed to Dongbua Shuang. Snow Eagle, he will tell you all the rules of the Great Void Heaven Temple. The demon ancestor said, "The sword master was supposed to meet you. After all, you came from our hometown. However, he and the patriarch are both in seclusion now. I reckon that the patriarch and the sword master will come out of seclusion during the golden-robed disciples' ranking battle. It won't be long. There are only 30 million years left before the next ranking battle." Over 30 million years? Dongbua Shuang Ing tensed up slightly. Even if you lose this time, you can always win it back the next time. The demon ancestor nonchalantly said, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. The most talented batch of true God disciples in the Great Void Heaven Temple are amazing. It is considered a success for you to enter the top 20 this time." The demon ancestor chuckled after saying that. "Cultivate properly. In our hometown cosmos, other than the sword master and me, only you have the highest innate talent and comprehension ability. Our lineage is still too weak. I will definitely do my best." Dongbua Shuang Ing said. The demon ancestor nodded. He immediately took a step and turned into a stream of light before disappearing into the distance. Only then did Dongbua Shuang Ing mumble, "Entering the top 20 is considered a success." "Master," the servant by the side said, "I have transmitted a large amount of information within the Great Void Heaven Temple to Master." Very soon, Shuang's communication talisman immediately received a large amount of information, even though he had understood many things back at his hometown cosmos. For instance, there was no information regarding the current generation of true God disciples. Oh, Dongbua Shuang Ing first checked the information regarding the true God disciples. The moment he did so, he was speechless. Dongbua Shuang Ing first checked the information regarding the true God disciples. The moment he did so, he was speechless. Across the 5 great sacred worlds and the vast primal chaos void, in terms of combat techniques and the degree of profoundness of techniques, The Great Void Heaven Temple was ranked at the top. Hence, other than a large number of true gods who desired to join, even the Primogenitor Island and Jade Light Sacred Territory, which had a good relationship with the Great Void Heaven Temple, had sent their disciples to join. There were also several primal chaos giants from the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World who sent their disciples they valued to enter the Great Void Heaven Temple. The Great Void Heaven Temple had also released a small portion of the quotas to absorb these geniuses. The competition between the true God disciples was extremely intense. Of the 10 great Golden Robe disciples, if we include those who were Golden Robe disciples before being demoted to Violet Robed disciples, there are a total of 19 of them. Dongbua Shwe-ing was slightly speechless. There are also some who have never been Golden Robe disciples before, but their combat power is extremely close. There are about 10 who have hopes of rushing into the top 10. Those who were Golden Robe disciples had fought their way into the top 10 before obtaining a Cosmos ranked Absolute Art. After getting into the top 10, they would obtain a Cosmos ranked Absolute Art and all sorts of resources, making them even more talented. It's just that under the waves of attacks from the latecomers, there would always be a genius who rose and kicked the Golden Robe disciples in front down. These 19 people, in addition to the 10 behind them, they could easily kill void gods. And Dongbua Shwe-ing had relied on the simple trials of his hometown cosmos to get through. This difficulty was something that could only be passed by more than 100 true God disciples in the Great Void Heaven Temple. Hence, even Ancestor Devil, who had harsh requirements, felt that it would be a huge success for Dongbua Shwe-ing to get into the top 20. After all 19 of them were Golden Robed disciples before. Getting into the top 20 was terrifying. Even though I have cultivated the apocalyptic first sword, those who could become a Golden Robe disciple have their own Cosmos Absolute Art and have most likely grasped it. With my current combat power, I am not completely confident of getting into the top 10. Dongbua Shwe-ing's eyes flashed with a strand of sharpness, but I have to get in. Because only those who entered the top 10 in the internal challenges and those who entered the top 10 for the first time would be bestowed with the supplementary spiritual fruit by the Great Void Heaven Temple. This was a rare treasure used to aid in cultivation and was worth 50 origin world rocks. One had to know that even though he had killed many void creatures and even some void gods, the total treasures he collected would barely be worth a single origin world rock. Naturally, being a Golden Robe disciple, the value of his survival talisman and void god weapon were very high. The protective treasure, the Black Gourd, was also very precious, but it was impossible for him to sell it. More importantly, the supplementary spiritual fruit was unique to the Great Void Heaven Temple. Usually it would only be bestowed to new Golden Robe disciples. Even though there was a price for it, it could not be bought. I have to get it. Even if I don't use it, I can give it to Jingqiu or you. Dongbua Shwe-ing was determined to get the supplementary spiritual fruit. Han Long Long, the door to the cavern dwelling was pushed open. This cavern dwelling was slightly smaller. It had a small courtyard and 3 simple rooms within. It was the lowest among the cavern dwellings of the Golden Robe disciples, but it was enough to make a large number of true God disciples envious. Dongbua Shwe-ing entered his cavern dwelling. He began looking at the place where he would live from now on. When Dongbua Shwe-ing pushed open the door to his cavern dwelling, he was seen by several true God disciples flying in the distance. Golden Robed Island. Another Golden Robe disciple? Even though the island where the Golden Robe disciples resided was called the Wisdom Island, many ordinary true God disciples were more used to calling it the Golden Robed Island, since that was the goal they desired. 10 great Golden Robe disciples. Why is there another one? Oh, right. Wasn't there someone called Dongbua Shwe-ing who came from the primal cosmos? He is Dongbua Shwe-ing. These disciples discussed fervently. Some of them even started to inquire about him. Because of Dongbua Shwe-ing's arrival, Many places within the Great Void Heaven Temple had started to record his information. For example, his soul aura, his identity as a golden-robed disciple, his authority, etc. Therefore, the true God disciples with some background were able to find out about him very quickly. It's Dongbua Shuang. I heard that the ancestral devil personally brought him back. A kid from the inner cosmos actually got lucky and became a golden-robed disciple. Many true God disciples felt jealous and indignant. This was because most of them had grown up in the sacred world. They looked down on the many cosmos within the primal chaos void. It's fine. The next challenge is coming soon. At that time, I will come and challenge him. Immediately, a true God disciple said. Dongbua Shuang understood his cavern dwelling before leaving. He turned into a stream of light and flew towards that floating great land at the center. Clearly, he was not willing to waste time and wanted to head to the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall. That time when the Sword Master came to the Great Void Heaven Temple from his hometown cosmos. He had flipped through many books in the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall before entering closed-door cultivation. After that, he directly broke through to the Cosmos God realm. Ancestor Devil also came here to read through many books in the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall. To those who came from the cosmos, the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall was the most important place. This was where all books collected by the Great Void Heaven Temple over the years were stored. Are you senior disciple brother Dongbua Shuang? A voice transmitted over. Dongbua Shuang was slightly startled. He stopped. To the distance, there was a relatively handsome, violet-robed male standing there. Chapter 816. That's me. I wonder why this junior disciple brother has stopped me. Dongbua Shuang? Dongbua Shuang asked. The violet-robed male chuckled. I am Mingyu. I have just heard that a new, golden-robed, senior disciple brother has arrived. That is why I rushed over. Senior disciple brother is a golden-robed disciple. So why don't you reveal your golden robe? Within the Great Void Heaven Temple, golden-robed disciples, violet-robed disciples, and even the inner hall elders would reveal their robe color. Oh, that's right. I have just arrived at the Great Void Heaven Temple and did not notice it. Dongbua Shuang casually answered. The white robe on his body immediately changed color, revealing the true appearance of his golden robe. Previously, he was just keeping a low profile. He was not willing to reveal his identity as a golden-robed disciple and attract too much attention. But since the other party had taken the initiative to ask, he would reveal it. The violet-robed disciple looked at Dongbua Shuang's golden robe, revealing a look of envy. This junior disciple brother has experienced many challenges from true God disciples. Yet my combat power has always been lacking. I am not fated to get into the top 10. I've heard that senior disciple brother Dongbua Shuang, Punishment Hall Master, and Sword Master came from the same cosmos. Furthermore, you are a golden-robed disciple, so your combat power should be extraordinary. I wonder if senior disciple brother Dongbua Shuang is willing to spar with me. Spar? Dongbua Shuang revealed a grin. It's just a small matter. Do we do it now? This junior disciple brother was quite polite. Sparring was nothing much, and it could be considered seeing the standard of a true God disciple of the Great Void Heaven Temple. The violet-robed disciple continued. In my Great Void Heaven Temple, there would usually be a wager when fighting on the battle platform. I am willing to bet 10 Origin World rocks. 10 Origin World rocks? Dongbua Shuang could feel a strand of hostility from the other party. Most ordinary void gods would not have so many treasures. This junior disciple brother in front of him might be a true god ruler, but he was more generous than void gods. Dongbua Shuang immediately said, Junior disciple brother is indeed generous. It's a pity that I do not have so many Origin World rocks. Haha, as a golden-robed disciple, how could senior brother not have enough treasures? The purple-robed disciple, Mingyu, smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, you should have a void god weapon. Its value should be sufficient. You want me to bet my void god weapon? Dongbua Shuiying's voice was very calm. This void god weapon of mine is worth more than 10 origin world rocks. The purple-robed disciple smiled and said, I know. The value of the void god weapon obtained by the golden-robed disciple is around 20 to 30 origin world stones. Although the wager is slightly higher than mine, in our great void heaven temple, when the strong and the weak compete, the strong will usually bet more. Those who are weaker would have less to bet on. After all, I'm more likely to lose in such a competition. Why? Senior brother, you came from the same universe as Ancestor Demon and the Sword Master. Even I have the guts to take the gamble. Don't tell me senior brother doesn't have the guts to do so? The purple-robed disciple continued. Dongbua Shuiying looked at this junior apprentice brother in front of him as a golden-robed disciple that came from his hometown cosmos. Other than the black gourd, he wouldn't sell his normal treasures like life-saving talismans. The only thing that he could trade for was his void god weapon. His long spear was a high-grade void god weapon. Its value was close to 30 origin world stones. On the surface, it was his most valuable treasure. He didn't expect that he would be targeted the moment he arrived. Junior apprentice, Brother Mingyu. Dongbua Shuiying looked at him and said, From what I know, you were ranked 26th in the previous True God Disciple Challenge. The purple-robed disciple was slightly startled. He nodded and said, Yes, I'm still far from the top 10. I was lucky enough to become a golden-robed disciple from my hometown cosmos. If I were to compete with junior apprentice brother, I'm afraid I might lose to you. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head and sighed, Let's forget about this competition. Senior apprentice brother, you are a golden-robed disciple. You are also from the same cosmos as Ancestor Devil and Sword Master. You must be incredible. Don't you have even this bit of confidence? The purple-robed disciple said, If that's the case, I would really look down on you. The other disciples would also look down on you. Dongbua Shuiying's expression turned cold. Look down on me? Dongbua Shuiying looked at him with cold eyes. You want to bet a high-grade void god weapon with a mere 10 origin world stones? I think you must be dreaming. If you want to bet with me, that's fine. Prepare 25 origin world stones. During the True God Disciple Challenge, we can also take the chance to compete. Whoever wins the bet will get to keep the wager. If you are too poor and can't take out 25 origin world stones, it's best for you to hide far away. Dongbua Shuiying laughed coldly. He then transformed into a stream of light and flew far away. He didn't even look at this purple-robed disciple. This purple-robed handsome man watched expressionlessly as Dongbua Shuiying left. Ha ha ha, Brother Mingyu. Looks like this Dongbua Shuiying isn't so easily deceived. From afar, the other purple-robed disciples flew over as well. I thought he was too confident and arrogant, daring to compete with me. Mingyu shook his head lightly. Looks like he is very cautious. Didn't this Dongbua Shuiying say that he would take out 25 origin world stones to compete with him? Why? Does Senior Ming you not have the confidence to defeat him? Could it be that Senior Mingyu is unable to take out 25 origin world stones? How much do you need? I can borrow it. However, I need a mortgage. Those purple-robed disciples said, Oh, I believe that if you guys go and challenge him, Dongbua Shuiying will also accept the challenge. Mingyu said calmly, You guys can prepare 25 origin world stones. At that time, during the ranking battles, you can challenge Dongbua Shuiying. As for me, there's no need for that. So, Mingyu flew away as soon as he finished speaking. The other group of purple-robed disciples sneered when they saw this. He wanted to deceive this golden-robed disciple from the cosmos. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. This Mingyu is still so sinister. These purple-robed disciples casually spoke. Everyone who dares to challenge him. He is from the same cosmos as Ancestor Demon and Sword Master. If we were to compete now, I would still have some confidence. However, he wants to delay until the ranking battles. One must know that Sword Master and Ancestor Demon had read countless manuals in the Wanxiang Palace. After making up for their lack of knowledge, their strength had a huge improvement. Sword Master had even reached the ultimate cultivation realm after going into seclusion. This Dongbua Shui Ing might not have much knowledge regarding the laws and profound mysteries, but as long as he reads countless manuals in the Wanxiang Palace, he would be able to swiftly make up for his lack of knowledge. I believe that his strength would definitely improve greatly during the ranking battles. He might even be able to enter the top 20. I have no confidence against such an expert. Indeed, he might improve greatly. These violet-robed disciples came from all sorts of backgrounds. Some were sent over by the Primogenitor Island and Jade Light sacred territory, and some had gone through many selections within the sacred world before they could enter the Great Void Heaven Temple. The competition within the Great Void Heaven Temple was exceptionally intense because the Great Void Heaven Temple believed in the strategy of elites. They did not care about quantity and placed more emphasis on quality. After all, they could casually send out a hall master or even just an incarnation to slaughter a large number of void gods. Thus, those who could become a violet-robed disciple here were all extraordinary. They were all cunning and astute. Even though they disdained those brats who came from the cosmos because of their origins, this was also because they came from the Earth domain. Just like Ancestor Demon, who came from the same cosmos as Dongbua Shuang, he would naturally be more protective towards his fellow countrymen. These violet-robed disciples did not dare to belittle the potential of Dongbua Shuang. They would compete now. Quite a few violet-robed disciples dared to, but if they dragged it until the true god-disciple ranking battle, they would no longer be confident. After all, Ancestor Demon and Sword Master were in front of them. In addition, Dongbua Shuang had passed through the Golden Robe disciple trial within the cosmos. His potential was extremely high, and the moment he made up for his lack of experience, he would definitely improve greatly. South Dongbua Shuang directly flew towards the central floating continent towards the myriad Elephant Palace Hall. Amen. Dongbua Shuang's gaze could not help but be attracted by a tall pagoda far behind the myriad Elephant Palace Hall. This pagoda stood there majestically, and its height was comparable to that of the Great Void Palace Hall. Star Pagoda. Dongbua Shuang thought. Star Pagoda. The information given to him by the Great Void Heaven Temple was relatively simple, but the information given to him by his teacher, Void Walker Gu Qi, was much more detailed. There was a total of 6 Star Pagoda. They were the Great Void Heaven Temple, Primogenitor Island, Jade Light Sacred Territory, Void Palace Hall, Blade Emperor's Blade Emperor City, and Lord Lo Cheng Star City. They were the 3 sacred grounds of the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World and the 3 sacred grounds of the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World. These 6-star pagoda were personally refined by Lord Lo Cheng and gifted to the 6 sacred grounds. From this, one could tell that the relationship between the Eastern Unicorn Sacred World and the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World was rather good. To the myriad Elephant Palace Hall, Dongbua Shuang did not think any further and flew towards the myriad Elephant Palace Hall. The myriad Elephant Palace Hall was made of wood. It occupied a huge area, but its height was not considered high. It was only about 20% of the height of the Star Pagoda and the Great Void Palace Hall. At the entrance of the myriad Elephant Palace Hall, there was a black cat sleeping. Black cat? According to the information, this is a primal chaos realm puppet life form. It isn't any weaker than the wild black dog in my hometown. Dongbua Shuang thought. To be able to give a puppet life form the strength of a primal chaos realm life form, Forefather Tianyu's refinement skills were indeed impressive. Such a puppet life form's value was extremely high, far surpassing the Black Gourd and a cosmos. Hence, To be able to leave behind a wild black dog to guard his hometown cosmos. Forefather Tianyu's actions were indeed impressive. Back then, even Gu Qianluo was completely fooled. Meow! The black cat raised its head and looked at Dongbu Shuiying. It spoke with a gentle voice. Kid, don't go up to the 4th level. You can casually browse through the first 3 levels. Yes, senior. Dongbu Shuiying chuckled as he replied. The black cat immediately buried its head and continued sleeping. As for Dongbu Shuiying, he stepped into the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall. The Myriad Elephant Palace was vast and vast. Countless books were placed here. The number of precious books here was countless times more than those in the Devil Mountain cosmos. After all, this was the core of the holy ground. All the books collected by the Great Void Heaven Temple over the years would be placed here. Dongbu Shuiying was filled with desire. He understood that the best teachers in the Great Void Heaven Temple would be the countless books within the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall. Many of these books were extremely expensive, and some were even unique copies. For instance, after the primogenitor of the laws and profound mysteries fell, some of the books he left behind were unique copies. Calming his heart, Dongbu Shuiying focused his mind. He soon found a book that described about Mirage. He immediately picked it up and started reading asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 817. As he flipped through the book in his hand, the words and diagrams on it all turned into illusory worlds. Dongbu Shuiying stood in front of the ancient bookshelf and flipped through it. Every time he flipped a page, a large amount of information would be transmitted into his mind. These were all the insights of the seniors who had walked further in the Tao of Mirage. Preaching the Tao was very difficult. Because the Tao was illusory, it was extremely difficult to describe it clearly. Thus, taking a major power as a master was very different from taking a paragon or hegemon as a master. The higher one's realm was, the clearer their descriptions would be when they were imparting the Tao, allowing the younger generation to understand it better. Of these scriptures, some were written by ordinary void gods and have been examined by the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall to be qualified to be placed in the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall. Some were written by experts at the Unity Realm or even the Primal Chaos Realm. There were even scriptures left behind by Forefather Tianyu, Swordmaster, or other experts who were not from the Great Void Heaven Temple faction. The books were placed on different floors according to their rarity. Dongbu Shuiying was neither arrogant nor rash. He read it patiently and pondered over it carefully. Time flowed like water. Dongbu Shuiying was a golden-robed disciple from a certain universe in the primal chaos void. Ever since he arrived at the sacred land Great Void Heaven Temple, he had been staying in the Myriad Elephant Palace, flipping through the books as though he was possessed. That kid called Dongbu Shuiying, who came from the same universe as the demon ancestor and the sword master, has been in the Myriad Temple all this time. A man and a woman were chatting in midair. Yes, always. It was likely that he had not read many books on laws and mysteries in the past. The moment he saw the countless books in the Myriad Temple, he was naturally engrossed in them. Senior Sister Fengyan, are you also curious about him? Haha. Many of the true God disciples of the Great Void Heaven Temple have mentioned him. I really want to compete with him. I want to see how strong this kid who came from the same universe as Ancestor Demon and Swordmaster is. Golden Robe Disciple? The purple-clothed, silver-eyed woman snorted coldly. Senior Sister Fengyan, in the primal cosmos, apart from the Devil Ancestor and the Swordmaster, there are no other outstanding people. They are not worth mentioning. The Demon Ancestor and the Swordmaster are said to be from the same universe epoch. They fought and sharpened each other's talents. How can this Dongbu Shuiying compare to the Demon Ancestor and the Swordmaster? Help me arrange a battle with him and think of a way to get him to agree, the silver-eyed woman said. Senior Sister, don't make things difficult for me. In these 100,000 years, there were already many disciples who wanted to challenge him. But this person called Dongbua Shueing had always been engrossed in reading the ancient records, and all of them said, take out 25 Origin World rocks and challenge him during the True Divinity Disciple Battle. Right now, he is not accepting any challenges. If you want to fight, you have to wait until the True God Disciple Battle. Even you can't move it. No, he's extremely stubborn. The silver-eyed woman nodded, but there was a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She was ranked 15th previously, hence her position among the true God disciples was rather high. However, she was unlucky and had never entered the top 10 before. I have to enter the top 10 to obtain the treasures and even the universe-level absolute arts. The silver-eyed woman thought to herself. The universe-level absolute arts were the ultimate arts of the palace. They were priceless and represented the pinnacle of the laws and mysteries system. It's too difficult for me to enter the top 10 with my strength. I have no confidence. If I can obtain Dongbua Shueying's void weapon, that's worth 20 to 30 Origin World rocks. I can exchange it for some treasures that can aid in cultivation. Maybe it can allow my strength to improve by another level. The silver-eyed woman gritted her teeth. Damn it, those gold-robed disciples all have the palace's absolute arts, but I don't. To win, it's too hard. This was the biggest problem for every true God disciple to enter the top 10. The gold-robed disciples were already monsters and had the palace's absolute arts. And the purple-robed disciples didn't have the palace's absolute arts. To defeat the previous gold-robed disciples and enter the top 10 was incomparably difficult. But it was precisely because of this that the new golden-robed disciples were very dazzling. Naturally, there was another method. The moment the original golden-robed disciples broke through to the void god realm, there would be an empty spot and things would be much easier. Senior disciple brother Dongbua Shueying, I've heard that senior disciple brother is formidable. Are you willing to fight with junior disciple brother? We won't bet on it. A voice transmitted by his ears. Dongbua Shueying, who was seated cross-legged in the corner with a flask of wine by his side, looked up. In front of him was a smiling, white-skinned young man. This young man had a single red horn on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with red light. He was extremely courteous. There's no need for a bet. It's just a spar. If you want to spar, then wait until the true God disciple battle. Dongbua Shueying said, I don't have the time now. Saying that, Dongbua Shueying continued reading the books. He would occasionally take up the flask of wine by his side and drink a mouthful. This young man stood by the side for a while before retreating helplessly and awkwardly. There were very few void gods in the great void heaven temple, and the weaker ones would be banished to the primal chaos city outside. Instead, there were many true God disciples. Even though the selection process was harsh, the sacred world was ultimately vast. On the other hand, the great void heaven temple was willing to take in a few more people, and even allowed them to compete fiercely with each other. And now, the true God disciple battle was nearing. Even if there's no bet, he should be thinking of using this opportunity to see my strength. Dongbua Shueying thought. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would be of great help to him in his challenges. Even though everyone felt that Dongbua Shueying was not qualified to fight against the top 10 golden robe disciples, they also felt that Dongbua Shueying would become stronger after reading through many books in the myriad Elephant Palace Hall, and he might be able to kill his way into the top 20 to 30. This was an opponent that could not be underestimated. Thus, they began arranging for some weaker ones to probe his strength. What a pity. My target isn't the top 20 to 30, but the top 10. Dongbua Shueying thought, I must get the supplementary spiritual fruit. For the sake of victory, Dongbua Shueying would naturally not be foolish enough to reveal his combat techniques at this moment. He wanted to give his opponents sufficient time to think of ways to deal with him. In the future, he would reveal his techniques during the true God disciple battle. It was hard for those geniuses to find ways to restrain him within a short period. Because the higher one was ranked, other than a few geniuses, the gap between them would become smaller. Perhaps he might win if he could restrain the other party. Dongbua Shui-ing did not return to his cavern dwelling. He did not befriend anyone. Instead, he was wholeheartedly reading through many books in the myriad Elephant Palace Hall. Currently, he was mainly reading through books related to the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, and Tao of Ripple. He would occasionally reveal a joyous look as he drank happily. Occasionally, he would feel puzzled and ponder. Occasionally, he would be enlightened. His understanding of the laws was increasing and expanding at a frightening speed. Indeed, they came from the cosmos, and their understanding of the Tao was indeed lacking. Because most cosmos epics did not have void gods, unity realm experts, primal chaos realm, and cosmos gods to guide them. In the past, Dongbua Shui-ing's strongest technique in his hometown cosmos was Blood Blade. Blood Blade specialized in the Tao of Blood Blade, Tao of Shadow, and Tao of Destruction. They did not overlap with Dongbua Shui-ing at all. Thus, when cultivating within the cosmos, there would be guidance when he was a world deity. But after becoming a powerful existence, he would have to rely on himself to fumble about in a dense fog. It was common for ordinary true gods to be stuck for hundreds of billions of years, or even trillions of years. Paragon ruler, it was common for one to be stuck in any realm, unable to advance an inch, because they could only rely on themselves. But similarly, because they could only rely on themselves to ponder, every step they took was steady. For instance, Sword Master, to cultivate to the primal chaos realm within the cosmos, was simply unfathomable. After arriving at the great void heaven temple, he flipped through many books. In the past, he encountered many problems while immersing himself in cultivation, and he even comprehended more from the collisions of inspiration. Finally, he reached the final realm after entering closed-door cultivation. Ancestor Devil had reached the peak of the Unity realm before stepping into the primal chaos realm after arriving at the great void heaven temple. Naturally, most cultivators would stop at the true God realm, Paragon realm, and Ruler realm by relying on themselves. It is time to stop. Suddenly, one day, Dongbua Shui-ing closed the book and placed it back on the ancient bookshelf. He felt that he had gained too much knowledge regarding the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, and Tao of Ripple in his mind. Some were even comprehended from the seniors, but some of the seniors had some contradictory parts in their records. I have to sort out all these comprehensions and truly absorb them before fusing them into my own Tao. Dongbua Shui-ing understood this point. Even though he had not finished reading the book, it was sufficient for the time being. He picked up the wine flask beside him and walked out of the myriad elephant palace. This was already 23 million years after he arrived at the great void heaven temple. He had spent so much time just flipping through some books that were suitable for him. To the Palace Hall of Time. Dongbua Shui-ing understood that the Palace Hall of Time was the most suitable place for him to cultivate. At that moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew out of the myriad elephant palace, heading in the direction of the Palace Hall of Time. Chapter 8:18. The Palace of Time was also located on the floating continent of the Great Void Heaven Temple. It was a rather unique, black, triangular, pagoda-shaped building, and when one got close to it, even space-time seemed to distort slightly. Dongbua Shui-ing flew to the entrance of the Palace of Time. The entrance of the palace was filled with darkness and nothingness. Dongbua Shui-ing bowed respectfully. Senior, I need time to accelerate by 100-fold. All right. A boundless voice resounded. At the same time, a suction force came from the entrance of the palace, directly wrapping around Dongbua Shui-ing. With a sough, Dongbua Shui-ing was pulled in. Dongbua Shui-ing felt his vision turning illusory, following which he discovered that his surroundings had changed. Planet. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the planet he was currently on. It was a desolate and extremely cold planet. The entire planet seemed to be made of ice, and there were even snowflakes floating on the surface of the planet. This was a planet with a diameter of 8,000 li. To Dongbua Shui-ing, it was indeed too small. Back in his hometown cosmos, the monarch Dongbo residence. A planet of this size could only be used as a decoration in his residence. Dongbo Shui raised his head. In the dark void, there were many other planets. Many planets were revolving around ancient and mysterious arrays. Formless energy was being guided to gather on each of the planets. As the only life form on the planet, Dongbo Shui also felt the formless energy gathering towards him. This feels really strange. Dongbo Shui felt his body becoming much more relaxed, and even his soul felt much more ethereal. No wonder the price is so high. The effects of cultivation here are much better than my golden-robed disciple cave. Dongbo Shui praised. Palace of Time. This was a cultivation ground within the great void heaven temple that could accelerate time. It was extremely difficult to accelerate the time of experts without affecting the stability of the laws and profound mysteries in the surroundings. For example, when Dongbo Shui and the rest accelerated time in their hometown, it would affect the laws of profound mysteries. The Devil Mountain cosmos had maintained the stability of the laws, but that was an enormous cosmos refined by the primogenitor after paying a huge price. Even void gods lived within the primogenitor Devil Mountain, because the higher the level of life, the greater the burden on the Devil Mountain cosmos. The Palace of Time was a supreme treasure refined by Forefather Tianyu. The price to activate it was rather high, so if one wanted to come in and cultivate, they would have to pay with treasures. A true god ruler, if time was accelerated 100 times, would require an origin world stone for 100 million years. Of course, this 100 million years was equivalent to 10 billion years inside the Temple of Time. Void gods had a time acceleration of 100 times. 100 million years would require 5 origin world rocks. At the Unity realm, 100 times the time, 100 million years, 25 origin world rocks. At the primal chaos realm, 100 times the time, 100 million years would cost 100 origin world rocks. And this was only a time acceleration of 100 times. If time was accelerated by 1,000 times, the cost would immediately skyrocket by 100 times. As for a time acceleration of 10,000 times, the cost was too frightening. Primal Chaos Realm experts were forbidden from accelerating time by 10,000 times because the burden on the Palace of Time would be too great. For instance, the Devil Mountain cosmos was even weaker than the Palace of Time. Void gods had to live within the primogenitor Devil Mountain frequently, and Unity Realm experts had to stay within the primogenitor Devil Mountain or leave the cosmos. Primal Chaos Realm experts would definitely leave the cosmos. Naturally, the 100 million years mentioned here was usually when experts were pressed for time and needed to raise their strength within a short period. Only then would they enter the Palace of Time. For instance, if they cultivated for 1,000,000 years, the cost would naturally be much lower. Being a golden robe disciple, I have 1,000 contribution points. At most, I can cultivate for 10 million years. Dongbo Shui thought. Contribution points. Within the Great Void Heaven Temple, those who accepted missions or wrote scriptures that were qualified to be placed in the myriad Elephant Palace Hall would be rewarded with contribution points. For instance, if one had a high status, a golden robe disciple, an inner hall elder, or hall master would be rewarded with contribution points every billion years. 10,000 contribution points were equivalent to an origin world rock. One could purchase many items within the Great Void Heaven Temple, but there was one point within the Great Void Heaven Temple origin world rocks could be exchanged for contribution points. But contribution points could not be exchanged for origin world rocks. The Great Void Heaven Temple would only give out treasures and contribution points as rewards. It would not give out origin world rocks. Dongbo Shuiying's time was very precious. He wanted to return to his hometown before the Cosmos Epic ended and allow Jingqiu and Yu to transcend. Hence, he treasured every single bit of time he had. He was destined to visit the Palace of Time frequently, and this forced him to work hard to obtain more treasures. Hua, Dongbua Shueing sat cross-legged on a layer of frost. This planet was desolate, and he was the only living being on it. At this moment, he was pondering over what he had gained from flipping through the countless scriptures in the myriad elephant palace hall. Occasionally, he would even verify them. Over the past 3 million years, he had gained a large amount of information regarding the Tao. Some were absorbed, and some were tossed aside. This sort of verification and absorption was much slower than flipping through the books. He took a total of 80 million years before he finished absorbing them. Tao, Dongbua Shueing stood on the planet. Looking at the surrounding planets, he could not help but reveal a grin. If I don't understand, I will just not understand. If I am stuck there for 1 trillion years, I won't be able to comprehend it. But now that I understand, things will be much simpler. After becoming a ruler in his hometown cosmos, he cultivated for another 1 billion years. He had even comprehended the apocalyptic first sword when he left his hometown to roam the primal chaos void. Without anyone guiding him, he had relied purely on himself to fumble about. Currently, after flipping through many books and absorbing them, he no longer had any doubts regarding the ruler realm, to the void god realm. The ruler realm lies in purity. The heart must be pure, and the Tao must be pure. Only when the Tao is sufficiently perfect will it be eternal. Dongbua Shueing thought, and the void god realm lies in broadness, inclusiveness, and balance. It belongs to the law system. For instance, the Tao of Mirage was just a Tao, and if one wanted to rely on the Tao of Mirage to become a void god, he would have to absorb many other laws and profound mysteries, using the Tao of Mirage to form a law system, with the Tao of Mirage as its core. One had to know that the operating laws of the cosmos were a perfect fusion of many laws. It was not a single Tao. To become a void god, using the Tao of Mirage as the core, one could fuse several other laws and profound mysteries perfectly into it, forming a law system. A chopstick might break easily, but a whole bunch of chopsticks would be much tougher. The moment a law system was formed, the law domain produced would be much more perfect and powerful. It did not have high requirements for other laws like the Tao of time-space or the Tao of extremity. They were like bricks that could be fused into the core of the Tao of Mirage to form a complete system. Amongst the 3 Taos of Dongbua Shueing, the Tao of Mirage was the most inclusive. In addition to the current foundation of Dongbua Shueing, if he were to truly focus on comprehending it, he was confident that he could break through after spending some time. But the moment he broke through, he would become a void god and would no longer be qualified to participate in the true god-disciple battle. The supplementary spiritual fruit and other treasures would be gone, and it would be hard to get another if he missed this opportunity. This was the special nurturing given to golden-robed disciples by the great void heaven temple. Even golden-robed disciples could only obtain it after entering the top 10 of the ranking battle for the first time. I should first focus on cultivating the absolute art. Dongbua Shueing was not in a rush to break through, using the weaker laws and profound mysteries at a lower level to comprehend a stronger absolute art was also a form of tempering towards his comprehension ability. Comprehension ability would also change along with opportunities and tempering. Dongbua Shueing's thoughts were placed on the shadowless heavens gathering, 3,000 incarnations, godlight scripture, and the strongest 13 apocalyptic swords. Naturally, he wanted to fuse the apocalyptic first sword with his profound mysteries from the Tao of Ripple, creating a new chapter of Wind Ripple Path. After absorbing the essence of many books, his grasp of the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, and Tao of Ripple became deeper, and he was even confident of reaching the void god realm. Currently, even the apocalyptic first sword, Dongbua Shueing could faintly understand part of the reason why forefather Tianyu created it. In the past, he could use it after learning it, but he did not know why he had to create it. Now that his horizons had broadened by a few times, he had some understanding of it. He was also more confident in completing it. Time flowed. Within the Palace Hall of Time, on this lonely planet, 300 20 million years had passed in the blink of an eye. More than 3 million years had passed in the outside world. After staying here for so long, 320 contribution points had been deducted. I did not think of becoming a void god, but who would have thought that I have comprehended the 21st level arrayed diagram of the walker's hidden secret? The golden-robed Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head with a smile. Fortunately, the walker's hidden secret was different from the laws and profound mysteries. Even if he comprehended it, he would still have to absorb primal chaos void energy before he could reach the void god realm. As for the laws and profound mysteries, the moment he comprehended it, he would break through. Hence, as long as he did not cultivate it temporarily, he would still be a ruler. The new chapter of Wind Ripple Path has been created, and my strength has temporarily stopped improving. If I were to cultivate the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, Tao of Ripple, I might accidentally break through. I can't hide it from the treasure spirit of the Palace Hall of Time. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. Let's go out. I've only read through a small portion of the books within the myriad Elephant Palace Hall. I'll continue reading. Senior, Dongbua Shui-ing said with a clear voice, I need to leave the Palace Hall of Time. Hong, an unseen time-space energy, wrapped around Dongbua Shui-ing before teleporting him out. Dongbua Shui-ing felt his vision blurring. In the next moment, he was already outside the entrance of the Palace Hall of Time. Thinking about it, it had only been 6 million years since he came to the Great Void Heaven Temple. There were still 28 million years until the true God-disciple battle, and he had plenty of time. Since he could no longer improve his strength, and he could not comprehend the apocalyptic second sword, Dongbua Shui-ing decided to return to the myriad Elephant Palace Hall once again. He continued drinking and flipping through the many books in satisfaction. These were the crystallization of wisdom left behind by experts over the countless eras, whether they were alive or dead. As he read, it was as if he was listening to the guidance of many experts. This sort of harvest made Dongbua Shui-ing feel intoxicated. Chapter 819. The Sacred Land, Great Void Heaven Temple, was extremely lively today. Normally, the temple master and inner hall elders rarely appeared. They were either out on missions or in seclusion. However, all of them appeared today. Even the 2 temple masters with the highest statuses, Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master, had come out of seclusion. The true God-disciple ranking battle. This was the only large-scale internal competition in the entire Great Void Heaven Temple. It was simply a large-scale event. Golden Robe Disciple Dongbua Shui-ing, please head to the Hidden World field. The message token received a message. Within the myriad Elephant Palace, Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly startled. He immediately placed the book in his hand back into the bookshelf. The day has finally arrived. He had already read through the books that were more important to him. During these years, he had been flipping through other books. There were even books that described witchcraft, ancient cultivation, and other systems. This broadened his horizons and allowed him to be more prepared when facing other enemies in the future. The 13 apocalyptic swords is truly difficult. Dongbua Shui-ing muttered to himself, I still wanted to master the second sword in the ruler realm. It seems that I'm still lacking. When he first obtained the 13 apocalyptic swords, the first sword already caused his expression to change. He did not even dare to hope to master the second sword in the ruler realm. However, after flipping through countless books, his horizons and foundation had greatly improved. After cultivating in the Palace of Time for more than 300 million years, he had even successfully fused the first apocalyptic sword with the profound mysteries of the Tao of Waves. Moreover, he now had a better understanding of the first apocalyptic sword. After reaching a higher realm, the second apocalyptic sword was no longer unattainable. He was also looking forward to it. During these 28 million years, while he was flipping through the books in the myriad Elephant Palace, he had always been thinking about the second apocalyptic sword. Occasionally, he would go to the Palace of Time to comprehend and cultivate. Currently, he only had 500 merit points left. Unfortunately, he was still unable to grasp it. South, Dongbua Shueing left the myriad elephant palace and immediately turned into a streak of light, flying towards the hidden world field. Xiao Xiao Xiao, in the space where the great void heaven temple was located, streams of light streaked across the sky. True divinity disciples appeared from all over the place, rushing towards the hidden world field. We're here. Dongbua Shueing looked into the distance. The hidden world field was built for the sake of sparring. The vast serene world field was filled with killing intent. There were over 1,000 stone pillars in the serene world field. The golden-robed and purple-robed disciples had already landed on the stone pillars at the very front. South Dongbua Shueing also dived down and landed on the 11th stone pillar. Each disciple corresponded to a stone pillar, mainly according to the order of the last true deity disciple battle. Naturally, if there were any who became a void god, the ranking of the disciples would increase accordingly. Just like Dongbua Shueing, who suddenly appeared as a golden-robed disciple, his ranking was set at the 11th place, and the other disciples behind him had to move back one place. Swish, swish, at this moment, there were still disciples descending. To the left of Dongbua Shueing, there were 10 towering stone pillars, and they were ranked in the top 10. Currently, there were 6 golden-robed disciples who had arrived. As for the right, they were naturally all violet-robed disciples. But Dongbua Shueing understood that those ranked in the top 10 were golden-robed disciples before, and their power was not small. Junior disciple brother Dongbua Shueing? I've long heard of the name of junior disciple brother Dongbua Shueing, but this is the first time I've seen him. Some golden-robed disciples said. These golden-robed disciples were either friendly or arrogant. Some were sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar with their eyes closed, ignoring everyone else. Dongbua Shueing chuckled and replied, I've just arrived at the great void heaven temple, so I've been staying in the myriad elephant palace hall. Greetings, senior disciple brothers. He is Dongbua Shueing? He is actually ranked ahead of us. There's no need to mind him. He passed the test to become a golden-robed disciple, so naturally he is ranked 11th. However, his power is much weaker than the golden-robed disciples of our great void heaven temple. I've heard that many junior disciple brothers and junior disciple sisters have challenged him before, but he rejected them all. He even said that he would only challenge them during the ranking battle. Soon he will have to reveal his strength. Some of the violet-robed disciples at the side transmitted their voices to each other. Although they were ranked near the front and were even golden-robed disciples, they did not place Dongbua Shueing in their eyes, but they could only transmit their voices to each other to discuss. Very soon, the disciples ranked in the top 100 of the 1,000 stone pillars descended one by one. As for the disciples that were ranked even lower, they did not have the qualifications to enter the hidden world field directly. They needed to pass the qualification screening, and many of the violet-robed disciples did not have the qualifications to participate in the true God-disciple battle. If they could not even pass the qualification screening, how could they participate in the ranking battle? The 2 strongest golden-robed disciples. Dongbua Shueing glanced at the first and second golden-robed disciples on the left. According to the information, the 2 of them have a clear advantage when compared to the golden-robed disciples behind them. Golden-robed disciples ranking. First, Rain Sword Guest. Second, Old Devil Needle. Usually, given the monstrous talent of the golden-robed disciples, the difference in power between those ranked close to them would be relatively small. However, the first and second ranked disciples would have an absolute advantage when facing those ranked third and those ranked behind them. Old Devil Needle. Dongbua Shueing glanced at him. He was a skinny man with green eyebrows and a black horn. His eyes were also glowing with green light, and he gave off a ruthless aura that would cause one's heart to palpitate. According to the information, this old devil needle originally called himself Old Ancestor Golden Needle. However, after entering the Great Void Heaven Temple, he was forced to change his name to Old Devil Needle, even though he was very flamboyant. Old Ancestor. Usually, the existence at the highest level of a cultivation system would be addressed as Old Ancestor. It carried the meaning of respect, like primogenia. Hence, within the holy grounds, those who were weak did not dare to address themselves as Ancestor. Back then, Ancestor Devil retained his title. Firstly, he was at the peak of the Unity Realm back then. Furthermore, the other Unity Realm experts within the Great Void Heaven Temple were not his match. Primal Chaos Realm experts had a high enough status that they would not act against him. Hence, he was able to retain his title, but a puny true god ruler dared to address himself as Ancestor. The Outer Hall Elders and Inner Hall Elders would definitely teach him a harsh lesson. It was fine if he addressed himself as Ancestor in some desolate places, but to address himself as Ancestor in the holy grounds, he was simply asking for trouble. Rain Sword guest! Dongbua Shue glanced at that Rain Sword guest. Rain Sword guest was a sloppy male who sat cross-legged with a smile on his face while drinking wine. There was a sword on his back. Not only was Dongbua Shue paying attention to the two of them, the other golden-robed and violet-robed disciples could not help but pay attention to the two of them. After all, the two of them were able to display such terrifying combat power with just the laws and profound mysteries of the ruler realm. So. Suddenly, a large number of violet-robed disciples flew over. They're out. The qualification screening has ended. This time, there are 623 who passed. Including the 100 of us, there are a total of 723 participants in this true God disciple ranking battle. They aren't worth mentioning. Our opponents are mainly ranked in the top 20. That's hard to say. There might be some newcomers who joined the Great Void Heaven Temple within this batch of true God disciples. Who knows? There might be some extremely talented newcomers. Dongbua Shue suddenly sensed something and looked up. He saw a group of figures flying over from the sky. Leading them were a hunchbacked old man and a white-haired man. The two of them were flying at the very front, casually chatting with each other. Although they did not intentionally release their aura, just the huge difference in their level of life caused Dongbua Shue to feel a palpitation that came from the depths of his soul. High and mighty, even when he was flying in the primal chaos void, facing many huge cosmoses, the pressure he felt from the cosmos could not be compared to the pressure he felt from the hunchbacked old man and white-haired man. That's right. These two existences in front of him could destroy a cosmos with a flip of their hands. If they were willing, they could even destroy a sacred world. They were also the only two existences who had reached the final realm in the laws and profound mysteries system in the 5 great sacred worlds, and even the primal chaos void, Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master. Behind the two of them, there were many primal chaos existences. There were a total of 9 primal chaos existences. Ancestor Devil was not conspicuous among them. After all, he had cultivated for a relatively short period. His combat power could only be ranked in the middle amongst the Hall Masters of the Great Void Heaven Temple. According to the news, there should be a total of 12 primal chaos existences in the Great Void Heaven Temple. It seems 3 of them aren't here. Dongbua Shue thought. Even though the True God Disciple ranking battle was a grand event, not every primal chaos existence would definitely participate. Even the Sword Master would often enter closed-door cultivation and might not participate. Naturally, the Sword Master had participated this time, and behind them there were the Inner Hall Elders. Long, high up in the sky, the clouds converged and formed many thrones. Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master were seated at the highest position. The 9 primal chaos existences and 31 Inner Hall Elders were seated. They were all looking downwards. Sword Master, that young fellow is Dongbua Shuang, Ancestor Devil transmitted. Even though they had fought for a long period in his hometown and currently he had set the Sword Master as his target, Ancestor Devil understood the gap between them in his heart. The white-haired male, Sword Master, looked downwards. His gaze soon landed on the 11th ranked Dongbua Shuang. Chapter 820. He is quite young. The white-haired, male Sword Master looked downwards. He revealed a grin. By the side, Forefather Tianyu also noticed Dongbua Shuang. He chuckled. That time when I created 5 cosmoses, the cosmos epic of yours and Ancestor Devil in the starting cosmos was quite amazing, giving birth to the 2 of you. But after that, it became ordinary. This Dongbua Shuang was able to get through the golden-robed disciple trial within the cosmos, meaning that he has quite the potential. Sword Master nodded. Sword Master and Ancestor Devil were naturally biased towards this junior that came from his hometown cosmos. Hence, Sword Master came to participate in the convention, this time to see how strong this junior was. Let's begin. Forefather Tianyu suddenly said. His voice was grand and resounded across the entire Hidden World field. He, Sword Master, and the other Primal Chaos Hall Masters and Inner Hall Elders began drinking and chatting. To them, this was a gathering. Usually, everyone had their own matters to attend to. Such a convention was a good opportunity for them to gather and see which juniors had potential. And below, on the many stone pillars, the true God disciples were already accumulating their power. Senior disciple Brother Qintao, please. A figure flew out of the stone pillar and took the initiative to challenge. Humph! Another violet-robed disciple who was challenged snorted coldly before flying out to accept the challenge. There were rules in the True God disciple ranking battle too. Every disciple could at most challenge those 20 ranks higher than him. There was no limit to the number of challenges. But if one lost 3 times, he would no longer have the chance to challenge again. And if one was challenged and failed, it would not be counted as lost 3 times. If one won, he would occupy the position of the victor. The loser would move back by 1 position. Like those ranked below 700, they would have to challenge those 20 ranks higher than them. In order to kill their way to the first position, they would have to fight at least 30 battles. And with so many true God disciples present, they could challenge one another. Hence, there would be many battles. It was normal for a true God disciple ranking battle to last for 10 years. Naturally. As for the spectators, be it Forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, the Primal Chaos Palace Masters, the Inner Hall Elders, or the other Outer Hall Elders, or the true God disciples who were not qualified to participate in the battle, a mere 10 years was not worth mentioning to them. Senior Brother Qi, please. A cold and stern voice was heard. Immediately, whether it was the large number of spectating disciples, inner and outer palace elders, or the golden-robed and purple-robed disciples on the stone pillars, most of them cast their gazes over. This was because Senior Brother Qi was a golden-robed disciple and was ranked 9th. This was also the first time he had challenged a golden-robed disciple in this true God disciple ranking battle. If he won, he would be able to occupy the 9th position. Junior Sister Fengyin, are you challenging me again? Accompanied by a vigorous laughter, a tall and burly golden-robed disciple with red skin and a bald head flew out. With a stretch of his hand, a black sledgehammer appeared. Be careful! The silver-eyed woman's eyes were filled with a towering battle intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-eyed woman transformed into a giant red-winged bird. This bird had a pair of silver eyes, and its wings were naturally surrounded by towering flames. Boom! The surging flames immediately engulfed the surroundings and enveloped Senior Brother Qi, who was far away. Senior Brother Qi grinned and suddenly swung the sledgehammer in his hand. His arm expanded, and the sledgehammer became as huge as a mountain pressing down. It seemed like a simple move, but it was extremely mysterious. At this moment, the surrounding space and all the surrounding power seemed to have gathered on the sledgehammer. Senior Brother Chi, who was ranked ninth, used the universe absolute skill, World Guard. This was an absolute skill that leaned towards defense, and it was one of the three great universe absolute skills created by forefather Tianyu. However, Senior Brother Chi used it on the sledgehammer and used it to attack. Senior Brother Chi even fused the World Guard into his body cultivation technique, cultivating a strong body. Dongbua Shui-ing estimated that his strength was at least at the 6th or 7th level of the walker's hidden secret. Moreover, Senior Brother Chi's body specialized in defense. Junior Sister Fengyan, who was ranked 15th previously, was originally an extremely talented void creature. After becoming a disciple of the great Void Heaven Temple, she comprehended an absolute skill that complemented her talent. She was extremely strong. However, she lacked luck and was unable to enter the top 10. This battle lasted for a total of 6 hours. Junior Sister Feng Yun relied on her superior speed and body techniques to kill. However, in the end, Senior Brother Chi still won. Battle after battle continued. Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged on a stone pillar as he watched the battles. He was rather excited. This was because every disciple had Dominator-level laws and profound mysteries, yet they were able to explode with extremely powerful strength. Their usage of many laws and profound mysteries made Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes light up. He saw some that specialized in the Massacre Dao, Ripple Dao, Mirage Dao, although Dongbua Shui-ing was confident of winning. Everyone had their own strengths. He absorbed the strengths of others and fused them into his own body. In the blink of an eye, this grand event went on for half a year. However, Dongbua Shui-ing had yet to fight a single battle. Firstly, it was because there were too many true God disciples. There were more than 700 of them. Secondly, those who were ranked at the top would directly challenge those who were ranked in the top 10. This was because only those who defeated the top 10 could replace them and become the new Golden Robe disciple. As for Dongbua Shui-ing, although he was also a Golden Robe disciple, he was ranked 11th. When the ranking battle ended, he would only be a Purple Robe disciple. Under normal circumstances, there would only be 10 Golden Robe disciples. Of course, there was a third reason for not fighting a single battle. Dongbua Shui-ing was watching the battles excitedly. It was an eye-opener. Although he had read through many books, watching a group of truly incredible laws and profound mysteries fight was still a great benefit to him. His comprehension of the Massacre Dao, Ripple Dao, and Mirage Dao deepened. Even the second sword of the 1-3 Armageddon swords was resolved. Cultivation was all about accumulation. Once there was enough accumulation, one would break through. Now that Dongbua Shui-ing was watching the battles, it was a form of accumulation. After all, these rulers were too incredible. Even if his master, Bloodblade, was in the ruler realm, he wouldn't be able to enter the top 100. One could imagine how monstrous the true God disciples of the great Void Heaven Temple were. Senior Brother Dongbua Shui-ing, please. Suddenly a voice rang out. Dongbua Shui-ing, who was watching another battle in the distance, couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did he notice a black-skinned youth looking at him from midair. Challenge? There was actually someone who wanted to challenge him. Dongbua Shui-ing was quite happy. However, even if he won, he would only be ranked 11th. This junior brother, please. Dongbua Shui-ing flew out. Dongbua Shui-ing. The golden-robed disciple Dongbua Shui-ing, who came from the cosmos? He came from the same cosmos as Sword Master and Ancestor Demon. This battle instantly attracted the attention of a large number of disciples. Because the other 10 Golden Robe disciples weren't fighting yet, those who could challenge them were all ranked in the top 30. Hence, battles between the Golden Robe disciples would only happen occasionally. This brought Dongbua Shui-ing. Ancestor Demon also looked down. The white-haired Sword Master also looked over. To the two of them, They were quite interested in the battle between juniors from their hometown. The black-skinned youth stood in midair and said, "Bao Shao greets senior brother Dongbu Shuang. Senior brother mentioned before that we can bet during the true god-disciple ranking battle, right?" Dongbu Shuang was stunned and his expression changed slightly. "Bet? I was wondering why he would invite me to a battle. If I won, I wouldn't be able to enter the top 10. So it was because of the stakes." "Yes." Dongbu Shuang nodded. "The stakes are senior brother's void god weapon." The black-skinned youth continued. At this moment, the other disciples were getting excited. "Bet, back then, when the golden-robed disciple from this cosmos arrived at the great void heaven temple, there were many who wanted to bet. However, over 30 million years had passed, and this golden-robed disciple had read countless books in the Wanxiang Palace. Now his strength was unpredictable, and the stakes were too high. Hence, no one dared to bet. Bao Shao was ranked 16th previously, but he was once a golden-robed disciple. An ex-golden-robed disciple actually wants to bet with this Dongbu Shuang. This is too much of a bully. So sinister. This Dongbu Shuang shouldn't be so stupid to agree to the bet, right? The disciples were discussing secretly. Although Bao Shao was ranked 16th previously, it didn't mean that he was weaker than 15th. Because if he didn't enter the top 10, his ranking wouldn't be that important. After all, Bao Shao was once a golden-robed disciple. His strength was naturally exceptional. "You want to bet with my void god weapon?" Dongbu Shuang looked at him. "Then can you take out 25 origin world rocks or treasures of equivalent value?" "Of course I can." The black-skinned youth looked at Dongbu Shuang. "Senior brother, are you willing to bet? Now that all the disciples are here, even the 2 palace lords and the various hall masters are here, I can't go back on my words." "Then let's bet it is." Dongbu Shuang nodded. The black-skinned youth was stunned, and he was overjoyed. After all, he was once a golden-robed disciple. Hence his desire to enter the top 10 wasn't that strong. This was because he had obtained the supplementary spiritual fruit long ago, and he had obtained a universe ranked absolute art before. Instead, he was extremely tempted to bet with Dongbu Shuang. That was a high-grade void god weapon. If he were to take out 25 origin world rocks, he would have to spend all his savings. This time, he was going to make a huge profit. The other golden-robed disciples, either because they wanted to save face, or because they thought that Dongbu Shuang wouldn't be stupid enough to accept the challenge, didn't open their mouths to challenge him. But he did. Dongbu Shuang actually agreed. This made some of the golden-robed disciples frustrated. This Dongbu Shuang was really so arrogant. Why didn't I invite him earlier? "Not going back on your words?" The black-skinned youth asked again. "Of course not," Dongbu Shuang replied. At this moment, most of the people in the meeting looked at Dongbu Shuang and Bao Shao. Even the demon ancestor and the sword master were just watching with interest. They didn't try to stop them at all. At Dongbu Shuang's level of cultivation, he wasn't a child anymore. He had to bear the consequences of every decision he made. Chapter 821. Just as Dongbu Shuang finished speaking, the black-skinned young man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Senior brother Dongbu Shuang is really straightforward. Take this." As soon as he finished speaking, green electric snakes suddenly shot out from the surface of his body. These thunderbolts were like living snakes, rampaging through the void with terrifying destructive power as they directly surrounded Yi Futian. In an instant, hundreds of lightning snakes surrounded and attacked. Dongbu Shuang stood at his original position, holding a deep purple spear in his right hand. Formless ripples spread out from his surroundings, with him as the center, forming a huge spherical domain. Formless ripples were constantly spreading and twisting within it. The sky was like a world in a pond, constantly rippling and twisting. Those attacking lightning serpents seemed to have fallen into a net. They were heavily entangled and restricted, causing their power to rapidly decrease. Before these lightning serpents could even reach Shui Ying's side, they were annihilated. Shadowless Heavens Encirclement. This Dongbua Shui Ying has such a powerful domain technique. To be able to execute Shadowless Heavens Encirclement to such an extent, it actually broke through the lightning snakes. The spectating disciples exclaimed in admiration. They were all too familiar with some of the absolute arts of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Shadowless Heavens Encirclement was a chaos-class absolute art, and even the purple-robed disciples had the right to choose it, including the cultivators in history. There were too many of them. Even among the true God rulers of this era, there were quite a few who cultivated Shadowless Heavens Encirclement. They could tell that Dongbua Shui Ying's attainments in Shadowless Heavens Encirclement were impressive. Thunder Snake Nine Swords might be an ultimate universe absolute art, but it is ultimately an offensive sword technique. The lightning snakes that attack a large area of effect are comparatively weaker, while Shadowless Heavens Encirclement is a chaos class absolute art. It is purely a domain class absolute art. In terms of domain, it is sufficient to defend against those lightning snakes. Bao Xiao has yet to reveal his true strength. If he unleashes his full strength, I'm afraid that Dongbua Shui Ying will still lose. And regardless of experience or accumulation, Dongbua Shui Ying is at a disadvantage. It's still a gamble battle. It's a high-grade void divine weapon. These disciples were secretly discussing. Although Dongbua Shui Ying seemed to have the upper hand in the battle, everyone still favored Bao Xiao. This was because Bao Xiao was not proficient in domain-type techniques. Bao Xiao could not help but laugh when he saw that the lightning serpent he had released was completely worn out. Senior brother Dongbua Shui Ying's strength is indeed impressive. Just as he finished speaking, his body abruptly turned into a dazzling violet lightning. This violet lightning arced through the void and came attacking with a frightening speed. This speed caused Shui Ying's expression to change. So fast! In this half a year, he had also seen many battles, and there were also many golden-robed disciples' battles. But this Bao Xiao's speed was still the fastest he had ever seen. Even with his strength as a void walker, his flying speed would still be a notch lower. Boom! Dongbua Shui Ying retreated abruptly. He was not in a hurry to engage in battle. After all, the stakes involved were huge. He wanted to take a closer look at his opponent. In the sacred world, they were unable to teleport, and in terms of speed, although Dongbua Shui Ying was not as fast as his opponent, he could still be ranked in the top 10 among all the true God disciples. Moreover, the ripples in the surroundings suddenly changed, and within the huge spherical ripple domain, blood-colored threads started to appear. Countless blood-colored threads crisscrossed every corner of the spherical domain. During the time he spent in the Great Void Heaven Temple, Dongbua Shui Ying had already pushed his massacre domain to a new level. This Dongbua Shui Ying is so fast. I am only able to reach this speed because I cultivated the 9 Thunder Snake Swords, the absolute art created by the Sword Master. How can he be so fast as well? He is only slightly slower than me. Bao Xiao was still shocked by Dongbua Shui Ying's speed, but his expression soon changed. That was because countless blood-colored threads had appeared in the surrounding domain. These blood-colored threads were like the veins of the ripple domain, causing the restraining power of the entire ripple domain to rapidly increase. Moreover, these blood-colored threads were like sharp blades that possessed shocking destructive power. Under the massacre domain, Bao Xiao felt as though he was flying in an inescapable net, and his speed also became slower. Damn it, trying to stop me? Get lost for me. Bao Xiao was originally maintaining his smile, but at this moment he felt danger. His expression could not help but turn malevolent, and his eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent. I must win this battle! Boom! The black divine sword in Bao Xiao's hand suddenly brightened. Sila, Bao Xiao's entire body carried the divine sword, and with a terrifying sharpness he forcefully tore apart the massacre domain and charged towards Dongbua Shuang. Come! Dongbua Shuang also charged forward. Regardless of whether it was to save time to cultivate in the Palace of Time, or to obtain precious cultivation resources, he needed origin, world stones, and other treasures. Therefore, he was determined to win this battle. The dark purple spear shaft revolved as it shot out, and the spearhead headed towards Bao Xiao. Apocalyptic first sword. Bao Xiao's expression changed. He actually managed to cultivate the apocalyptic first sword. This is going to be troublesome. Seated at the highest point, Sword Master and Forefather Tianyu were both observing the battle below. Ha ha ha. Forefather Tianyu laughed. Sword Master, you and that fellow are cultivating my apocalyptic 13 swords, while his opponent is your Thunder Snake 9 swords. Forefather, the white-haired Sword Master watched the battle below and casually said, the 3 absolute arts you left behind in the primal cosmos were all created by you. The absolute arts I created, none of them are in my hometown cosmos. Even if this Dongbua Shuang wants to learn them, he wouldn't be able to choose them in his hometown cosmos. Haha, no matter what, he is learning my absolute arts. Forefather Tianyu was rather proud. Sword Master had created a total of 4 universe-level absolute arts, out of which 3 were sword techniques. Oh right, you have been in seclusion. Are you confident now? Forefather Tianyu suddenly looked at Sword Master with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Only 50% confidence. Sword Master's expression was slightly solemn. This matter is of great importance. If we aren't careful, there might be a huge battle. I'm afraid that the entire 7-star oceanic sacred world might be destroyed. Therefore, I'm only 100% confident. At that time, we still have to prepare. Forefather Tianyu nodded his head, slowly. I have waited for this day for too long. However, there is no rush. If you aren't 100% confident, then continue waiting. I don't have any hope. After cultivating for so many years, I haven't improved at all. You are different. You have much more hope than me. Sword Master's eyes were filled with desire as he looked down and laughed. Let's not talk about that matter. Let's watch the battle first. Amen, let's watch. Forefather Tianyu lowered his head and watched. Dang, dang, dang. The weapons of both parties clashed at lightning speed. The black-skinned junior apprentice brother, Bao Xiao, had completely transformed into lightning. He attacked with his sword at an extremely fast speed. As for Dongbua Shuang, he was able to use his slaughter domain together with his apocalyptic first sword. Ho! Junior apprentice brother, Bao Xiao had completely gone mad. He roared in anger, and a golden eye split open on his forehead. The golden eye was filled with terrifying lightning. The divine sword in his hand guided the golden lightning, causing its might to rise rapidly. This was his strongest technique as a golden-robed disciple. Ancient cultivation. Dongbua Shuang was long prepared. Elite disciples of the laws and profound mysteries lineage would usually cultivate in other systems to make up for some of their flaws. Usually they would complement each other, allowing them to unleash even greater combat power. This junior apprentice brother, Bao Xiao, was once a golden-robed disciple because he was an expert in controlling lightning in the ancient cultivation system. Some ancient cultivators were extremely strong, some were extremely weak, and some had mysterious techniques. This was the cultivation system of the primitive ancient sacred world. When one became a deity, the laws and profound mysteries lineage would require one to open up a deity sea within one's body before condensing a true deity heart. As for the ancient cultivation system, one would need to nurture a life core and fuse one's soul within. This life core would usually be a certain organ in the body. For example, eyes. For example, ears. For example, heart. For example, skin. For example, brain. Different life cores would cause their potential to be different. At the deity realm, they would be able to display all sorts of strange techniques. And at the true God ruler level, for example, the golden lightning eye of junior apprentice brother Bao Shao. Even if he used it in the most foolish way, he would still be at the peak of rulers. Weaker rulers would be instantly killed. Furthermore, junior apprentice brother Bao Shao had fused his power into the 9 swords of Thunder Snake. This was even more terrifying. Humph! Facing the berserk Bao Shao, Dongbo Shui Ying immediately channeled the surging power within his body into his spear. The power of the Void Walker, level 20, burst forth. Chapter 8:22. Hong! The weapons collided and Bao Shao was sent flying backwards. His body trembled, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered in midair. Immediately after, it was easily annihilated by the countless blood-colored threads. What? How is this possible? He actually gained the upper hand. Many of the spectators who were relatively calm previously were greatly startled. Bao Shao had fused his ancient cultivation technique with the 9 Thunder Snake swords, causing his strength to rise significantly. This was Bao Zhao's true power. They felt that it was sufficient to suppress Dongbo Shuiying. Yet the outcome of the clash was that Bao Shao was completely suppressed. Junior disciple brother Bao Shao, receive a few moves from me. Dongbo Shuiying guffawed. He wielded his spear and charged over. How could this be? No, this shouldn't be the case. Bao Shao hurriedly displayed his sword techniques in a panic to parry against the incoming attacks. But every single spear of Dongbo Shuiying, other than being profound and unfathomable, contained a horrifying power. It was like a surging wave crashing over, and he could not defend against it at all. Every time he received a move, he would be forced back. Dongbo Shuiying became even more berserk. He used his slaughter domain to restrain the enemy, and his spear chased after him. It was the same apocalyptic first sword. If one's body was weak, there would be a world of difference between the full power of a Void Walker body and that of a Void God. The 20th level of Walker's hidden secret allowed Dongbo Shuiying's body to reach the threshold of the Void God realm. Previously, he had been restraining his strength. Otherwise, how could the other party fight until now when he used the 9 Thunder Snake swords and the 13 apocalyptic swords? The threshold Void God body, coupled with the apocalyptic first sword, was much more terrifying than the other party's golden-eyed Thunder Snake 9 Thunder Snake swords. Hong, hong, hong! Dongbo Shuiying did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He chased after Bao Shao with his attacks. Pooh! Finally, a spear parried the divine sword in Bao Zhao's hand. The divine sword stabbed into his body. The surface of the violet robe was extremely tough, yet the destructive power contained in the spear still managed to penetrate through, causing Bao Zhao's body to shatter into pieces. Suddenly, an invisible force instantly enveloped Bao Shao. Although parts of Bao Zhao's body started to disintegrate, his head was completely protected. Feeling the eruption of this power, Shuiying revealed a grin and immediately took a step back. Victory! The hidden world field itself was an extremely mysterious formation. The power of the hidden world field permeated every corner of the battlefield. Once a disciple was in a life-threatening situation, the power of the hidden world field could instantly protect them. After all, it was just a battle between true God rulers. To the hidden world field that Forefather Tianyu personally set up, it was too easy to protect the true God disciples. Over the long years, the true deity disciples had fought in the hidden world field, but none of them had truly died. Bao Zhao's body was recovering. It was just that his face was somewhat pale and his eyes were somewhat dazed. Lost? He lost? Junior brother Bao Shao, remember the bet? Dongbo Shuiying smiled. Bao Shao looked at the spear-wielding youth in front of him. He had lost miserably. A golden-robed disciple from the cosmos had very little experience fighting against monstrous rulers. Bao Shao had thought that this was an opportunity to take advantage of him. In a bet battle, the loser had to admit it. Today, even Forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, and many other hall masters were present. Bao Shao did not dare to act shamelessly. Previously, he was still thinking that as long as he won, Dongbua Shui Ing would definitely not act shamelessly. Who would have thought that he would have to face such a predicament? All right. Bao Shao flipped his hand and a wristband appeared. His facial muscles twitched a little, but he still tossed it over. Dongbua Shui Ing caught the wristband and instantly refined it. Furthermore, he received a message from his communication token. His contribution points had increased by 30,000 points. Amen. Dongbua Shui Ing checked the items within the wristband. The most dazzling and eye-catching items were the stones. The stones were flowing with strange colors and were extremely beautiful. It would cause one's heart to involuntarily move. Even one's soul would be attracted and tremble, just like when a person was extremely hungry and wanted to eat. His soul would also feel hungry, wanting to eat these origin world rocks. After Dongbua Shui Ing checked through the origin world rocks and other items, he no longer checked through his communication token. Only then did the feeling of hunger in his soul disappear. Who? Dongbua Shui Ing let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The origin world rocks are indeed too attractive. According to hearsay, even primal chaos existences and cosmos gods attach great importance to the origin world rocks. It would be too wasteful for me, a true god ruler, to directly absorb the origin world rocks. The origin world rocks were mysterious. They were useful to any life form, including cosmos gods. And some rare treasures would have a weaker effect on the stronger the cultivator. For instance, the supplementary spiritual fruit had a mystical effect on rulers. But to cosmos gods, it was useless even if they ate it. Hence, the origin world rocks were more suitable for experts to use. To the weak, using it to exchange for treasures was more worthwhile. There are only 12 origin world rocks. Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted to Bao Shao. Bao Zhao's expression was slightly awkward. He transmitted back 12 origin world rocks. Other items and contribution points can barely be counted as 13 origin world rocks. Dongbua Shui Ing glanced at him. 3 origin world rocks could be exchanged for 30,000 contribution points. But 30,000 contribution points was something nobody was willing to use origin world rocks to exchange for. I have accumulated these 12 origin world rocks for many years. Bao Shao transmitted back. All right. Dongbua Shui Ing chuckled. If junior disciple brother Bao Shao still wants to have a wager battle, I'll be willing to accompany you anytime. Right, he would be willing to accompany him anytime, because after the true god disciple battle ended, he would break through to the void god realm. This battle had indeed made many disciples dumbfounded. Bao Shao, who was once a golden-robed disciple, actually lost to Dongbua Shui Ing in a wagered battle. This Dongbua Shui Ing is quite skilled. His body seems to be exceptionally strong. Some of the hall masters who were watching the battle were startled. Ancestor Devil's cold face finally revealed a grin. Within the great void heaven temple, whenever Dongbua Shui Ing was mentioned, he would always say that he came from the same cosmos as Ancestor Devil and Sword Master. Hence, Dongbua Shui Ing could be more dazzling, giving Ancestor Devil some face. Ancestor Devil and Sword Master were different. The Sword Master was relatively transcendent, and Ancestor Devil still cared more about his face. He actually won. Forefather Tian Yu looked downwards with shock. His body is actually so strong. His body should be ranked second amongst the true God disciples. His body leans towards the void, and I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. There were too many possibilities with a strong body. There were many types of ancient cultivation, and the strongest warrior system had many terrifying inheritances. Even the laws and profound mysteries system had many absolute arts that train the body. For instance, there was a true God disciple in the great void heaven temple who was extremely talented in the strongest warrior system. His body was even stronger than Dongbua Shueing, who was a void walker at the 20th level. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shueing did not use the determination energy. There were many reasons why his body was strong, but the moment he used the termination energy, primal chaos existences and the two palace masters would immediately recognize it. It was fine for Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master to know that he was a void walker, but if he were to reveal it in such a gathering of experts, there might be trouble, because his teacher Guqi seemed to have offended a terrifying enemy. Even though the great void heaven temple could protect him, it was better to avoid trouble. He did not need to use the termination energy to enter the top 10. Senior disciple brother Qi Yin. Dongbua Shueing did not fly back to the stone pillar. Instead, he stood in midair and looked at the golden-robed disciple who was ranked 7th. Please! That slightly thin, golden-pupiled male was slightly startled. A smile appeared on the edge of his mouth before he directly flew out. And at this moment, the surrounding turned silent. Another challenge. This Dongbua Shueing had not acted in the past half a year. Now that he had defeated Bao Shao, he actually challenged the 7th-ranked Qi Yin. Junior disciple brother Dongbua Shueing has been showing off his abilities. After a wager battle, you are now challenging me again. The golden-pupiled male chuckled. Do you want to place a bet for this battle? 25 origin world rocks or treasures of equivalent value. Dongbua Shueing chuckled. Just like the previous time, if senior disciple brother Qi Yin is willing to wager, I will naturally be happy. The golden-pupiled male was slightly startled. An uproar broke out in the surroundings. Haha, forget about me. I can't take out so many treasures in a short period of time. The golden-pupiled male laughed heartily as he rejected. However, his heart was slightly tense. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't dare to gamble so many treasures. Even as a golden-robed disciple, it wasn't easy for him to accumulate so many treasures. Senior disciple brother Qi Yin, be careful. The moment Dongbua Shueing's words landed, a formless ripple appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, countless blood-colored threads started to spread out. A pair of golden wings suddenly spread out from the golden-pupiled male's back. His body turned illusory as 3 clones appeared. Dongbua Shueing grinned as 3 clones appeared around him. Including his original body, there were a total of 4 clones. Not good. The golden-pupiled male, Qi Yin's heart turned cold. Dongbua Shueing's domain was used to suppress and restrain Qi Yin's clones. Without the advantage of his clones, Qi Yin's strength was slightly weaker than Bao Shao. In this battle, Dongbua Shueing was still the victor. He replaced Bao Shao and became the 7th-ranked golden-robed disciple, officially entering the top 10. I've lost. Qi Yin didn't feel that bad. After all, he was prepared after seeing how powerful his opponent's clones were. In fact, he was rejoicing. Luckily I didn't wager earlier. A loss was a loss. It was just a drop from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. As for the true God disciples and the higher-ups of the great void heaven temple, they were all shocked. A newly emerged golden-robed disciple from the cosmos managed to enter the top 10, just like that. This was a sacred ground, the great void heaven temple. And looking at the spiritual aura, Dongbua Shueing was the youngest among the top 10 golden-robed disciples. Chapter 823. Ancestor Devil, this Dongbua Shueing should come from the same cosmos as you, right? This brat is quite formidable. He has not been in the great void heaven temple for long, yet he could enter the top 10 of the true God disciples in the great void heaven temple. Sword Master has stepped into the final realm. Ancestor Devil, you have also reached the primal chaos realm a long time ago. I wonder how far this brat from the same cosmos can reach. Some of the hall masters were praising him too, even though the eyes of Ancestor Devil were filled with praise and satisfaction. He still said, "He is just a true God ruler." It is still too early for him to become an inner hall elder. Inner hall elder? The other hall masters chuckled and did not say anything else. What a joke! How difficult was it to become an inner hall elder? According to the hierarchy within the great void heaven temple, palace master, hall master, and then inner hall elder, and then outer hall elder. Even golden robe disciples who broke through to the void god realm were mostly outer hall elders. It was too difficult to become an inner hall elder. Inner hall elder of the great void heaven temple. That was sufficient to intimidate an entire region. Even primal chaos giants had to treat it seriously. Seated at the highest location, Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master might be praising him, but they were calm in their hearts. After all, reaching their level, there were too few things that could cause a ripple in them. The battles continued within the hidden world field. After Dongbua, Shui Ying obtained the 7th position. He returned back to the stone pillar and sat cross-legged. He was watching the battles in a low-profile manner, different from other true God disciples. Dongbua Shui Ying was watching every battle seriously. He was even analyzing the various profound mysteries used by the other party. Even though some of his junior disciple brothers and sisters were weaker than him, their usage of the laws and profound mysteries still made his eyes brighten. The more he understood, the more comprehension he would have towards the second sword of the 13 apocalyptic swords. To the other disciples, the ranking battle determined their status. To Dongbua Shui Ying, it was a place where he could gain experience. After all, he had seen too few battles using the laws and profound mysteries. If it were a battle between primal chaos giants, he would not be able to understand it. Instead, this ranking battle was most suitable for him to watch. Years passed by. More than 700 disciples challenged one after another. It was either a battle of life and death, or one side took the initiative to admit defeat. If the outcome of the battle couldn't be determined, the hidden world field formation spirit would intervene to determine the victor. For example, one side was good at escaping and kept running, while the other side kept chasing. The formation spirit would determine that the side that had been fleeing had lost the battle. One side had strong life-saving abilities and was at a complete disadvantage. However, they could only rely on their life-saving abilities to resist, unable to counterattack. In the end, he would be judged to have lost the battle. The battle was fierce. However, Dongbua Shui Ying did not challenge anyone at all. Instead, he watched the battles attentively. There were a few times when other disciples took the initiative to challenge him, but in the end, Dongbua Shui Ying won all of them. His strength was acknowledged by everyone. This ranking tournament has been going on for 8 years. It's time for a challenge. Dongbua Shui Ying stood up. I have 3 chances to be defeated. Of course, I have to treasure these chances. Ranking battles. First, it was to enter the top 10 and obtain the treasures. This goal had been achieved for the time being. It was relatively safe to be ranked 7th. After all, whoever was defeated in front of him would only be pushed back by 1 position. Secondly, it was to gain experience and allow himself to grow stronger. If he wanted to help his wife Jingqiu and you, he had to grow stronger. The stronger he was, the better it would be. Only when he was strong would he be able to obtain some precious supplementary treasures. Watching countless battles was helpful, and in actual combat, it was even more helpful. South, Dongbua Shui Ying abruptly flew out. It's Dongbua Shui Ying. He came out again. The minds of the disciples jolted. Battles at the golden-robed disciple level were more attractive to them. Junior disciple brother Flood Dragon, please. Dongbua Shui Ying held onto his spear as he looked at a distant golden-robed disciple. He was none other than the 8th golden-robed disciple. You want to challenge me? Junior disciple brother Flood Dragon was an expert with a scaled head. He was originally a mutated beast. Although he was in human form, he still felt that his real head was the most beautiful. Although he always wore a scaled head, his voice was loud and powerful. Ha ha ha, senior disciple Dongbo Shuang. You are rank 7th, yet you want to challenge me, the 8th. If you win, you will still be ranked 7th. But if you lose, you will drop to 8th. You won't gain anything from this battle. Could it be that you want to gamble? I will not gamble with you. No, it's not a gamble. It's just that junior disciple brother Flood Dragon also cultivates the 13 Armageddon swords, so my hands are itching. Dongbo Shuang said. Good. Junior disciple brother. Flood Dragon laughed. He liked this kind of battle. If he lost, it would not affect his ranking. This Dongbo Shuang challenged him purely for the sake of competing in the 13 Armageddon swords. South Flood Dragon instantly streaked across the sky. The curved blade in his hand drew a demonic crescent moon. The crescent moon was purple in color, misty and beautiful. However, it also contained a terrifying ruthlessness. Flood Dragon was the same as Dongbo Shuang. Although he cultivated the 13 Armageddon swords, he converted it into a saber art that he specialized in. He mainly learned the usage of the massacre Dao. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding void trembled and exploded again. Dongbo Shuang and Flood Dragon exchanged blows again and again. Both of them were getting excited. In the end, Flood Dragon even transformed into his real body, and Dongbo Shuang also exploded with the power of the Voidwalker. In the end, Flood Dragon, who was heavily injured, shouted happily, Ha ha ha! No more fighting! I admit defeat! Dongbo Shuang turned to look at the golden-robed disciple who was ranked 6th. Senior disciple Qian Ke, please! He still wants to fight. Many of the spectating disciples were shocked. Senior disciple Qian Ke was wearing a graceful and gorgeous bright yellow robe. Her golden hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were looking at Dongbo Shuang from afar. She still had a cold expression on her face, but a guqin had appeared in her hands. Relying on the slaughter domain to weaken his opponent's domain pressure and the Mirage Dao to increase his survivability, Dongbo Shuang managed to defeat senior disciple Qian Ke, who was ranked 6th. After that, he challenged the golden-robed disciple, who was ranked 5th. Using both the slaughter domain and the incarnation technique, he barely managed to win. Next, he challenged the disciple who was ranked 4th. Senior disciple Zhikeyong, please, Dongbo Shuang said in a clear voice. His voice resounded throughout the entire Hidden World field. At this moment, all the other battles in the Hidden World field had temporarily stopped. All the True God disciples were staring at Dongbo Shuang. Even the Outer Hall Elders, Inner Hall Elders, Hall Masters, and even Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master were no longer chatting. Instead, they were watching the battles with interest, because Dongbo Shuang was actually challenging the golden-robed disciples one by one. He actually started to challenge the 4th-ranked senior disciple Zhikeyong. Senior disciple Zhikeyong's strength is extraordinary. It won't be easy to defeat him. Although the gap between the golden-robed disciples was small, the 4th-ranked still had a clear advantage over the 8th-ranked and 9th-ranked disciples. The battle continued. Zhikeyong returned to his original form. He was an extremely rare void creature that looked like a chrysalis. His head was relatively small compared to his body, but he had countless claws on his body. He was flying at high speed in the sky as he chased after Dongbo Shuang. Although he was surrounded by the slaughter domain, when he flew, the countless claws on his body were constantly tearing at the slaughter domain, and his speed didn't seem to slow down at all. He suddenly lowered his head and slammed into the void. From the void, a spear tip appeared and clashed with his head. This clash contained the profound mysteries of the universe, level absolute, art, world guard. Dongbo Shuang appeared from the void, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Senior Zhikeyong is truly powerful. Receive another spear of mine. Dongbo Shuang felt that the battle was enough. He could already feel the innate talent of this rare void creature combined with the universe-level absolute art's might. The spear in his hands moved. The spear spun and rumbled out. The spear's body seemed like a never-ending whirlpool, causing the surrounding slaughter domain to ripple endlessly. The entire slaughter domain's ripples seemed to be attracted by the spear's body, all of them swirling towards the spear. The terrifying might continued to accumulate, wrapping around the spear. Dongbua Shui-ing felt that the spear in his hands was getting heavier and heavier, and its might was getting more and more terrifying. During his first closed-door training in the Palace of Time, he had already successfully combined the apocalyptic first sword with the ripple path. However, in the following years, as he comprehended the apocalyptic second sword, as his level increased, he had perfected the combination of the apocalyptic first sword and the ripple path. Until now, Dongbua Shui-ing still felt that it wasn't perfect enough. After all, his achievements in the ripple path were too far away from the apocalyptic first sword. He could only perfect it again and again. The eyes of Forefather Tianyu, Sword Master, and the group of Hall Masters suddenly lit up as they carefully watched the spear that Dongbua Shui-ing executed. Chapter 824. The apocalyptic first sword didn't have any flamboyance. It seemed to be a very simple and plain move. But the combination of the apocalyptic first sword and the ripple path was extremely powerful. The entire slaughter domain formed a huge whirlpool, and the core of the whirlpool was this spear. Dongbua Shui-ing had the upper hand in terms of speed, and directly stabbed towards senior brother Zhichu-yong. Although senior brother Zhichu-yong felt a huge threat, he was still full of confidence in himself. He still lowered his head and forcefully charged forward. This charge was like a meteor crashing towards him. Boom! The tip of the spear spun, causing Zhichu-yong's head to cave in. Because his body was protected by a golden robe, the tip of the spear was unable to pierce through it. However, the terrifying might continued to seep into his body, causing his head to cave in. Soon, even his neck was destroyed. However, with a twist of his enormous body, he rapidly retreated. His head once again grew back. His pair of beady eyes stared at Shui-ing in astonishment. He slightly nodded. "I admit defeat. This spear technique of yours, I wholeheartedly accept my loss." Even though his body's life force was extremely strong, he would most likely die within 8 to 10 moves. The spectators cried out in surprise. He won. The apocalyptic first sword is actually not senior brother Dongbua Shui-ing's strongest killing technique. He has an even stronger spear technique. He's already fourth. There was an uproar. After all, senior brother Zhichu-yong's strength was publicly acknowledged, yet he had still been defeated. This was enough to make many true God disciples look up to him. Even the eyes of the outer palace elders lit up. They had high hopes for Dongbua Shui-ing. However, Forefather Tianyu, the Sword Master, the Hall Masters, as well as the inner hall elders, outer hall elders, and disciples who had some understanding of the 13 apocalyptic swords, all realized something. The spear art that Dongbua Shui-ing executed was actually a spear art that used the apocalyptic first sword as its foundation and fused with other laws of profound mysteries. Only those with a high enough realm or those who had studied the 13 apocalyptic swords would be able to see this. Even the hall masters and those with higher cultivation could see even more. You can actually modify the first apocalyptic sword, fusing the apocalyptic first sword with the wave path. A hall master at the side was shocked. The apocalyptic first sword is perfect. Many true God ruler-level disciples are already quite good if they can learn it. It's impossible to modify it. This Dongbua Shui-ing was actually able to modify the Armageddon first sword and integrate the wave Dao into it. This is too incredible. The apocalyptic first sword has indeed been modified. These hall masters had very sharp eyes. They could tell that Dongbua Shui-ing's subsequent spear art was not only a fusion of the first apocalyptic sword with other Daos, but it was also a slight modification of the first apocalyptic sword. It allowed it to fuse with the wave path more perfectly. If it was just a complete restoration, it would not have shocked the Hall Masters, even though it was powerful. And to be able to modify it, this meant that Dongbua Shueing had already seen through the intentions behind the creation of the apocalyptic first sword by forefather Tianyu. In fact, he even dared to modify it and even increase its power. He dared to modify the apocalyptic first sword and even succeeded. The white-haired sword master, who was sitting at the highest spot, said, "He's still so young. If he spends a bit more time, he might be able to learn the apocalyptic second sword at the Dominator rank." In the entire history of the Great Void Heaven Temple, to be able to learn the apocalyptic second sword at the Dominator rank, there was only one. One could see how difficult it was. Forefather Tianyu looked down and laughed as he nodded. "Haha, as expected of someone from the same universe as you and the ancestor demon. Not bad. Among the current batch of true God disciples, only Dongbua Shueing and the number 1 Rain Swordmaster can modify a universe-level absolute art. However, Rain Swordmaster has cultivated for a much longer period of time. His comprehension is still much weaker than Dongbua Shueing's. In terms of potential, among this batch of true God disciples, Dongbua Shueing is number 1. The Sword Master agreed. Potential. Firstly, one's strength. Secondly, one's age. Thirdly, one's past experiences. Dongbua Shueing's current attainments in the laws and profound mysteries were so deep that only the number 1 Rain Sword Master could match up to him, and forefather Tianyu had cultivated for a much shorter period of time. In the past, he had been in the universe. To be able to see the modification of the apocalyptic first sword, there are only 10 of the strongest people in the entire Great Void Heaven Temple. Some of the disciples and elders who had trained in the 13 apocalyptic swords could only see that this move was based on the apocalyptic first sword. As for the minute modifications, in an instant battle, they did not have the vision to analyze the 9th volume of the Wind Ripple Path and separate the Ripple Path to determine the minute modifications to the apocalyptic first sword. This eyesight required too much of one's cultivation realm. This was because the 9 Hall Masters, Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master, were discussing amongst themselves. The praising expressions of the Hall Masters could be seen with a single glance. This caused one of the golden-robed disciples to feel unhappy. Didn't he just defeat that idiot Zhichuyong, and the Hall Masters are praising him so much? The green-browed skinny man, Old Demon Needle, stared coldly at Dongbua Shueing with a pair of green eyes. "Then I shall trample him beneath my feet. Let's see if the Hall Masters will still praise me." After all, he did not train in the 13 apocalyptic swords and was unable to see through the profoundness of Dongbua Shueing's spear arts. Furthermore, he did not know that the reason why the Hall Masters were praising him was because Dongbua Shueing had modified a cosmos-level absolute art. Old Demon Needle. He was originally known as Forefather Golden Needle, but was forced to change his name to Old Demon Needle. Clearly, he was extremely arrogant and crazy. Fortunately, the Great Void Heaven Temple was tolerant. As long as they did not violate the laws of the Heaven Temple, they could tolerate these cruel and violent cultivators. South, Old Demon Needle flew out. "Dongbua Shueing, you are truly insolent, challenging so many golden-robed disciples. I shall let you know that your meager strength is far from enough." Old Demon Needle flew into the air and said in a clear voice. His majestic voice reverberated in all directions. In midair, the golden-robed Dongbua Shueing looked at Old Demon Needle in astonishment. Insolent, he had challenged the golden-robed disciples, and even though he had won, he did not get carried away. Furthermore, his challenge was in accordance with the rules. How was he insolent? Dongbua Shueing had only just arrived at the Great Void Heaven Temple. Even though he had obtained some information and knew of Old Demon Needle's strength, he did not understand his temperament. "Senior Brother Golden Needle wants to challenge me? I couldn't ask for more." Dongbua Shueing laughed. "Please. Then I shall give you some pointers." Old Demon Needle was still as arrogant as ever. However, he had his reasons to be arrogant. The first-ranked Rain Sword Artist and the second-ranked Old Demon Needle. Compared to the other Golden Robe disciples, they had a huge advantage. Rain Sword Artist had modified a cosmic-ranked absolute art to create his own killer move. As for Old Demon Needle, he was an extremely terrifying ancient cultivator. Go! Old Demon Needle instantly made his move. The black horn on his forehead suddenly lit up. Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, over 100 black beams of light appeared in the sky and crazily charged towards Dongbua Shuang. These black beams of light were too fast. Up till now, Dongbua Shuang had encountered the fastest true body dominator weapons. Every single black beam of light appeared in front of him almost instantaneously. Dongbua Shuang instinctively entered the mirage world. At the same time, he executed his spear arts and the slaughter domain. However, these black beams of light were too fast. Over 100 black beams of light instantly charged into the mirage world. Although their might was only slightly affected, they still retained 80 to 90% of their original might. Dang, dang, dang. Dongbua Shuang did not have the time to defend against the attacks, even after executing his spear techniques. Because the 100 over beams of light were all extremely exquisite and fast, they immediately bombarded on his body. The golden robe on his body was incomparably tough. Being a void walker, his body had voidified. Hence, the impact he suffered was diverted into the void by Dongbua Shuang, leaving behind a strand of power that could be used on his body. Nevertheless, it did not pose any threat to the body at the void god level. The apex ancient cultivator is indeed formidable. Dongbua Shuang sighed. Ancient cultivators specialized in all sorts of strange things. Some were so heaven-defying that they were strong. At this moment, Old Demon Needle did not display any powerful techniques. He purely relied on his innate talent as an ancient cultivator to attack the body of Dongbua Shuang. Junior disciple brother Dongbua Shuang. Just this bit of strength? It is better for you to train more. Old Demon Needle sneered. His eyes were filled with green light as he stared coldly at the distant void. He could sense Dongbua Shuang hiding within the mirage world. Chapter 8:25. Old Demon Needle's expression suddenly changed. I actually didn't injure him at all. Before he could even unleash a stronger technique, Dongbua Shuang's attack arrived. 3 black, robed Dongbua Shuangs appeared around Old Demon Needle's body. Each of them wielded a spear and unleashed their strongest killer move. Each spear formed a terrifying ripple whirlpool, forming the 3 great whirlpools of the slaughter domain. The 3 spears attacked at the same time. Old Demon Needle's expression changed. With a malevolent expression, he roared, "Scram!" The black horn on his forehead abruptly flew out, bringing with it a terrifying might that swept across the surroundings, forming circular ripples that instantly swept across the spears of the 3 clones. Because the attack of Shuang's incarnations was too fast, Old Devil Needle had completely unleashed his strongest combat power. His true life core horn displayed the cosmos ranked absolute art, the waning moon sword scripture. One could only hear a series of booms, and the 3 great incarnations were forced back. Although the clones were physically weak, their spear arts were formidable. It was a killer move that combined the Armageddon First Sword and the Ripple Path. Only the current number 1 Rain Sword Artist and Dongbua Shuang could compare to it. Even though the clones were weak, each of them had combat strength that could rank in the top 10. The encirclement of the 3 clones was indeed giving Old Demon Needle a lot of pressure. Hong, the distant Dongbua Shuang's true body, also erupted with power. He completely ignored the black streams of light that bombarded his body. After all, these attacks couldn't injure him at all. He forcefully charged towards Old Demon Needle. This kid's defense is extremely strong, and his spear arts are formidable as well. Old Demon Needle's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the clones to be able to threaten him. Die! Old Demon Needle went berserk. The hundreds of black streams of light rapidly returned. Furthermore, each stream of light was laced with lightning. Their power had clearly increased, and they directly attacked Dongbua Shuiying's 3 clones. Previously, these black streaks of light were able to attack Dongbua Shuiying's body. Now that they had executed another chaos-grade ultimate skill, even though they could not threaten Dongbua Shuiying's real body, they were more than enough to deal with his incarnations. This was already Old Demon Needle, giving it his all. He was unable to make the black light unleash a universe-level absolute art. Over 100 beams of light, all using universe-level techniques? The burden on his soul was too great. The reason why Dongbua Shuiying could only summon 3 clones was because his soul strength could only allow the 3 clones to unleash their full power. Not good, it's even faster. The 3 incarnations were shocked. Although their spear techniques were impressive, the faster black flowing light instantly pierced through their bodies and annihilated the 3 incarnations. Incarnation? 50 golden needles should be enough to protect my body. Old Devil Needle willed. The 50 black streaks of light revolved around his body. However, the other 50 black streaks of light, along with the black horn, continued to attack Dongbua Shuiying's real body. The incoming Dongbua Shuiying's real body was incomparably valiant. The power within his body was completely unleashed, and the spear in his hand executed the 9th chapter of Storm of Tao. In an instant, a huge ripple whirlpool formed in the surroundings, clashing with the black streaks of light. Boom, boom, boom! Dongbua Shuiying had personally experienced the might of the black horn. The black horn executed the waning moon sword scroll created by the sword master. It was bewitching and extremely fast. Fortunately, there was only 1 horn. Dongbua Shuiying was barely able to block it with his spear techniques, but the ferocious force caused him to stagger backwards. The other black streaks of light were still attacking his body time and time again. Die, die for me! Old Demon Needle had gone crazy. Old Devil Needle's attacks were very ferocious. The earth-shattering attacks caused Dongbua Shuiying's real body to be unable to move forward, and he was completely surrounded. Although he had also used his incarnation to deal with Old Devil Needle, the 50 black streaks of light were too fast. They didn't care about the incarnation's spear techniques at all, and just focused on attacking together, easily annihilating all 3 of Dongbua Shuiying's incarnations. Old Devil Needle's strength is indeed much stronger than the other Golden Robe disciples. His advantage is very clear. Dongbua Shuiying also understood that he couldn't win this battle. I can't break through his encirclement at all. The might of his natal core horn is indeed very strong, and when he executes the waning moon sword scroll, he can completely suppress me. In terms of spear techniques, his own spear techniques were more profound than the opponent's waning moon sword scroll. He was also at the 20th level of the Void Walker realm, but he was still being suppressed. Why? It was because the core of Old Devil Needle's ancient cultivation, the horn, was too powerful. This was the terror of ancient cultivators. Even though the majority of ancient cultivators possessed all sorts of strange abilities, their strength was generally mediocre. But amongst the countless ancient cultivators, there would be some extremely terrifying existences that were more heaven-defying than any other cultivation system. Hence, the sacred master of the ancient sacred world was the strongest amongst all final realm existences. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest. If Ancestor Mother had many enemies, then the majority of final realm existences had enmity with Sacred Master. But Sacred Master still dominated the ancient sacred world. Waning Moon Sword Scroll. This cosmos ranked absolute art created by Sword Master is indeed formidable. Dongbua Shuiying was enjoying the battle, absorbing the experience. Time passed. Old Devil Needle was frenziedly attacking. He was completely suppressing Dongbua Shuang, while Dongbua Shuang was absorbing the experience from the battle. Hong, an unseen force, descended. The horn and the group of black streaks of light were forced to a stop. Those black streaks of light were actually huge golden needles. Every single golden needle had strange black veins on its surface. These golden needles were not refined weapons. Instead, they were the life support weapons of Old Devil Needle's ancient cultivators. After all, as an ancient cultivator, the life core was very important. Very few would use it to battle. The battle was stopped. Old Devil Needle's eyes were glowing with green light as he looked at Dongbua Shuang. He was still filled with madness, and Dongbua Shuang kept his spear. Victory to Old Devil Needle. The hidden world field's array spirits. Voice resounded. Admirable. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. Brat, train more. Don't be too arrogant with just this bit of strength. Old Devil Needle sneered. Dongbua Shuang was slightly startled. He was speechless. It was just a spar. Why was there a need for that? True God rulers were still very tender amongst the countless experts in the vast 5 sacred worlds and primal chaos void. Why would he offend others so arrogantly when sparring with fellow disciples of the same sect? Moreover, in terms of realms, Old Devil Needle's realm was probably in the top 10. It was only because of his heaven-defying ancient cultivation techniques that he managed to rank second. Some of the inner hall elders and even hall masters could see that in terms of realm, Dongbua Shuang was much higher than Old Devil Needle. Perhaps only the number 1 Rain Swordsman could compare with him. It was just that the ancient cultivation techniques were too powerful, making it impossible for Dongbua Shuang to win. What a bunch of idiots. Ancestor Demon looked down and sneered. The ancient cultivation techniques can only bully little fellows of the same level. Dongbua Shuang's potential is much higher than his. Very soon, the gap in strength will be pulled apart. Moreover, the Tao of laws and profound mysteries gets stronger the further one goes. With his bit of ancient cultivation talent, he can only be arrogant amongst the little fellows. Ancestor Demon was very clear that the ancient cultivators gathered in the distant, ancient sacred world. Under the command of the sacred master, the ancient cultivators were much more talented than Old Devil Needle. However, there were many experts amongst the ancient cultivators who were unwilling to submit to the sacred master. That was because the price to submit to the sacred master was simply too great. This was a price that many ancient cultivators would rather die than bear. Below, after Dongbua Shuang was defeated, he still smiled and looked at the golden-robed fatty who was ranked 3rd. Senior Apprentice Brother Xueqin, please. Haha, I guess that Junior Apprentice Brother Dongbua Shuang would challenge me, but that idiot Golden Needle beat you to it. The golden-robed fatty flew out. Xueqin, Old Devil Needle, who was on his stone pillar, was instantly enraged. Ignore him, and don't be courteous to him. The golden-robed fatty looked at Dongbua Shuang and laughed. He is a madman. If you are courteous to him, he will be even more arrogant. Dongbua Shuang laughed. That makes sense. Old Devil Needle immediately became even more enraged and berserk. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Within the hidden world field, he had to issue a challenge. Even if he were to take the initiative to challenge him, Xueqin would simply admit defeat. Normally, the disciples of the Great Void Heaven Temple were forbidden from killing each other. Therefore, although he was being scolded, Old Devil Needle could do nothing about it. Humph. Some of the spectating disciples laughed as well. Old Devil Needle swept his gaze across them. Those who dared to laugh at this moment were those who were not afraid of Old Devil Needle. The majority of the disciples were still rather reserved. After all, the path of cultivation was still very long. Old Devil Needle's potential was also rather high. If he were to obtain a high position in the future, it was best not to offend him. Naturally, people like Xue Qin and Dongbua Shuang did not place Old Devil Needle in their eyes. Chapter 8:26. Dongbua Shuang challenged Xue Qin, who was ranked third, and only won after a long battle. The main reason was because Dongbua Shuang challenged Xue Qin to gain experience and improve himself. Hence, he only managed to achieve victory in the end. Xue Qin was rather carefree as well. After all, Dongbua Shuang's spear arts had reached an extremely high level and was of great help to him. After defeating Xue Qin, Dongbua Shuang rose to third place. Thereafter, he challenged Rain's swordsman, who was ranked first. Rain's swordsman had similarly modified his universe, ranked absolute art, and created his own sword arts. His sword arts were more suited for group attacks. Countless raindrops scattered down, and every single raindrop was extremely threatening. Hence, even though Old Demon Needle specialized in group attacks, when he met Rain's swordsman, who specialized even more in group attacks, he was completely suppressed. This battle was the same. Dongbua Shuang was also suppressed. However, he relied on his Mirage Dao and Voidwalker's voidification, as well as his powerful physique, to hold on. Eventually, the spirit judged Dongbua Shuang to be defeated. It's over. Forefather Tian Yu sat at the highest point and looked downwards. The ranking tournament had lasted for a total of 12 years, and it had finally come to an end. Currently, the Punishment Hall Master, Ancestor Devil, was personally giving some of the golden-robed disciples items. As for the golden-robed disciples who fell out of the top 10, they had to return their golden-robed and golden-robed disciple token. They would then be given a purple-robed and purple-robed disciple token. Forefather, there weren't many Inner Hall elders who came to spectate this time. The white-haired man, Sword Master, said, "Why? Is the situation in our territory rather bad? They can't leave? Do you need me to send an incarnation over?" "Don't worry." Forefather Tianyu laughed. "Our lineage specializes in the laws and profound, and our incarnations are sufficiently strong. The situation is under control. Just focus on your cultivation and don't get distracted. The stronger you are, the more help you will be to our great void heaven temple." Sword Master nodded. Even though the great void heaven temple was one of the peak powers, it still had its fair share of troubles. "I hope more of these little guys will rise up." Forefather Tian, you looked downwards. As long as there are a few more primal chaos experts, the great void heaven temple will have an easier time. With more primal chaos experts, who knows, someone might be able to take the final step. By then, our great void heaven temple will be more confident. They chatted casually. After all the items were distributed, Punishment Hall Master Ancestor Devil announced the end of the battle of true God disciples. Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master then stood up and left. Instantly, the group of Hall Masters also left one by one. The Inner Hall Elders and Outer Hall Elders also began to leave. They had all come to watch the battle because this was a grand event held by the Great Void Heaven Temple once every billion years. It was also an opportunity for many experts to gather. In actual fact, they were not too concerned about a real God-level battle. At most, they would take the opportunity to see which youngsters had potential. I got it. Dongbua Shuiying's emotions were surging. Earlier on, he had obtained some other items that he was entitled to as a golden-robed disciple from Ancestor Devil, among which the most important item was the supplementary spiritual fruit. There were also some other items that were of lesser value that could assist in cultivation. Dongbua Shuiying, look at how excited you are. You are only ranked third. If you were ranked second or first, I'm afraid you would shout out in excitement, right? Old Devil Needle sneered as he flew past. Fool Needle, Dongbua was judged to have lost to you because of the rules of the Hidden World Field. If you were to fight outside, you wouldn't even be able to injure him. What are you so proud of? The plump Xue Qin sneered. He was the one who targeted Old Devil Needle the most. Old Devil Needle looked at Xue Qin with a murderous gaze. "Why, you still want to fight? Come, come, come. Bring it on. It seems you want to have a taste of Ancestor Devil's Purgatory Devil Prison." Xue Qin said complacently. With his strength, old Devil Needle wouldn't be able to kill him in a short period of time, not to mention that he had life-saving talismans and other items. But if he were to fight, he would be violating the rules of the Heaven Palace. That would be disastrous. "Senior Apprentice Brother Dongbua, why don't you come to my cave abode for a drink? The other Senior Apprentice Brothers will be coming as well," Xue Qin said passionately. "Senior Apprentice Brother Dongbua, let's go together. Je Chu Yong, Chen Ke Jiaolong," and the others also invited him. This group of disciples who were at the very front also had a good relationship with each other. All right, Dongbua Xue Ying nodded as well. The group of disciples were drinking and chatting wantonly. Even the weakest was ranked in the top 30. From this, one could see that the world of cultivators still valued strength. Everyone was chatting, and they even talked about some secrets. Some of them were things that Dongbua Xue Ying had never heard of even from his revered master, Guqi. The main reason was that Guqi was an ultimate existence, and his status was too high. The information he provided were the more important ones. Instead, some of the more minute secrets were much lesser. These secrets were still relatively important to the current Dongbua Xue Ying. After the gathering ended, Dongbua Xue Ying became much closer to this group of people from the same sect. After the gathering ended, Dongbua Xue Ying directly went to the Palace Hall of Time and chose to cultivate once again at a time flow that was 100 times faster. This time the planet that Dongbua Xue Ying descended on was filled with the whistling of many gales. The gales were like blades, but with Dongbua Xue Ying's realm, he did not have to care about it. He was the only one on this planet. He was not in a rush to break through to the Void God realm. Instead, he cultivated by himself and comprehended the apocalyptic second sword. Because during the 12 years of the true God disciple ranking battle, he had seen too many battles. He had even personally fought a few dozen battles, allowing him to have a new understanding of the operation of the laws and profound mysteries. His comprehension of the apocalyptic second sword had become much deeper, and he felt that he was not far from grasping the apocalyptic second sword. Since that was the case, he was not in a rush to break through. At the ruler realm, learning the apocalyptic second sword was also a form of tempering for himself. A treasured sword would only become sharper after being tempered. Jade would only become a weapon after being sculpted. Even talented cultivators would have to go through layers of tempering before their comprehension abilities would become higher. The Dongbua Xue Ying in his youth was naturally different from Dongbua Xue Ying, who comprehended the grade 1 true meaning of the world. Compared to the current Dongbua Xue Ying, who was about to become a void god, it was even more different. This was still not enough. The stronger he was, the better. Only when he was strong could he easily obtain precious cultivation materials to help his wife Jingqiu and you. Just like how his teacher Voidwalker Guqi helped a stage for world deity good friend of his. Yet he could not allow his good friend to transcend. Naturally, firstly, Guqi was heavily injured and did not deliberately bring along any cultivation materials suitable for a stage for world deity. Secondly, cultivation materials were external items. Transcendence still depended on one's own comprehension. But his teacher Guqi could not do it. This gave Dongbua Xue Ying some pressure, causing him to have higher expectations of himself. At least I have obtained the supplementary spiritual fruit. Dongbua Xue Ying calmed his heart and began deducing. Time passed. 190 million years had passed on the planet, and 9 million years had passed in the outside world. On the floating island at the center, there was a continuous chain of buildings. They were made of wood or stone and were carved with great care. They were beautiful and magnificent. There were also many flowers surrounding them. Under one of the pavilions, The hunchbacked old man, Forefather Tianyu, and the white-haired swordmaster were seated cross-legged facing each other. In front of them was a long table with wine placed on it. There were also incense lit by the side, causing the fragrance to permeate the air. The two of them seemed very quiet. In reality, they had sent their incarnations into the primal chaos void. Within the primal chaos void, the two incarnations were currently sparring. They were the only two final realm existences who comprehended the laws and profound mysteries, and it was hard for them to find an opponent suitable for sparring. Palace Master. Suddenly, a voice sounded by the ears of Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master. Both of them were Palace Masters. Golden-robed disciple Dongwu Shui-ing is currently at the ruler realm and has comprehended the apocalyptic second sword. The voice of the Palace Hall of Time sounded by their ears. Chapter 8:27. Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master were slightly startled. They looked at each other with a strand of joy in their eyes. They were clear what comprehending the apocalyptic second sword at the ruler realm meant. It meant that the great void heaven temple might give birth to another primal chaos existence. The ruler realm was ultimately weak in the laws and profound mysteries. Comprehending the apocalyptic second sword on such a weak and simple foundation of laws and profound mysteries, this required an extremely frightening comprehension ability. The previous person who achieved this was the current Hall Master of the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall in the Great Void Heaven Temple. The Myriad Elephant Palace Hall Master was extremely low profile and focused on cultivation. But amongst the many Hall Masters in the Great Void Heaven Temple, he was ranked in the top 3 and was even stronger than Ancestor Devil. Dongwu Shui-ing is very young. Forefather Tianyu grinned. It is rare for him to have such a comprehension ability. Haha, it is rare. True God disciples came generation after generation. Those who could become golden robe disciples were all outstanding, and it was not hard for them to become void gods. These generations of true God disciples could not even enter the eyes of Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master. But a true God disciple like Dongwu Shui-ing, who comprehended the apocalyptic second sword, was too rare. He was like a piece of unpolished jade that could release its brilliance with some carving. He is younger than Myriad Elephant Palace Hall Master in the past. Sword Master added, with such comprehension ability, it is indeed possible for him to reach the primal chaos realm in the future. Watch over and groom him in the dark, Forefather Tianyu said. We still have to let him temper himself. The moment he finished speaking, the treasure spirit of the Palace of Time sounded once again. Palace Master, the golden-robed disciple Dongwu Shui-ing, is currently breaking through to the void god realm. He is guiding the primal chaos void energy to descend, and his breakthrough method is the Void Walker lineage. We can ascertain that he is a Void Walker. Void Walker? Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master looked at each other with astonishment. This brat actually cultivated the Void Walker lineage? Forefather Tianyu was startled. Who is his teacher? The Void Walker lineage. It belonged to a unique cultivation system. It was unlike the laws and profound mysteries, bloodline cultivation, ancestor mother religion, ancient cultivation, and other systems that were universal. The total number of Void Walkers in the entire 5 sacred realms and the Chaos Void was pitifully small. It was not even comparable to the number of ultimate existences. The Void Walker lineage had 2 cosmos gods and was considered relatively powerful. No wonder I felt that his body was quite strong in the battle between true divinity disciples. The Sword Master laughed. So it's a Void Walker. However, he's also very careful. He actually didn't even use his termination energy. The requirements for the inheritance of the Void Walker are extremely stringent, and there are very few of them. To think that he could obtain one of them, Forefather Tianyu praised. As the cultivation of the Walker's hidden secret became more profound, the Void Walker's ability to escape would also become stronger. Their bodies would gradually merge with the void, allowing them to stealthily use the void to sneak up on their enemies and launch a sneak attack. Their escape speed would also be extremely fast. Inside the Temple of Time, on the planet where the gale was howling, Dongbua Shuang was indeed sitting cross-legged as he attempted to break through. Since he comprehended the apocalyptic second sword, he would first break through to the Void God level. He had long comprehended the 21st level of Walker's hidden secret. At this moment, he was guiding the primal chaos void energy into his body. With the primal chaos void energy as the source, his body was rapidly transforming. Hong, hong, hong. Even though he had just broken through from the 20th level to the 21st level, this was a breakthrough from the true God realm to the void God realm. His life essence was undergoing a transformation, and the transformation of his body was extremely intense. Every muscle and bone was borrowing the array diagram to absorb the primal chaos void energy. Even the finest particles in his body were transforming into the primal chaos void. His body was more compatible with the primal chaos void than those void creatures. The process of breaking through was extremely long. The termination energy that was filled with sharpness formed in his body. With the termination energy stored within, Dongbua Shuang opened his eyes. His entire body seemed to have become one with the void. He was the void, and the void was him. His overall strength had greatly improved to a new level. He was a member of the Great Void Heaven Temple. In the future, he would have to cultivate the Walker's hidden secret, and it was impossible for him to hide it forever. During the true God-disciple battle, with many spectators, it was not suitable for him to reveal himself. But within the Palace Hall of Time, only the treasure spirit of the Palace Hall of Time knew about it. The treasure spirit would report. Those who were qualified to know could be counted with one's fingers. His teacher, Guqi, had mentioned before that he could ask Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master if he wanted to find him in the future. Clearly, Guqi trusted Forefather Tianyu and the others. Hence, Dongbua Shuang felt that it was fine for his identity as a Void Walker to be known by the highest level of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Teacher, who exactly did you offend in the past? Dongbua Shuang muttered inwardly. Only after leaving his hometown cosmos and coming to the 7-star oceanic sacred world did he understand what kind of identity and status his teacher, Guqi, had. He was one of the final realm existences. That time he was heavily injured and nearly lost his life. He had even told Shuang not to reveal that his teacher was Guqi. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Despite knowing that Shuang was a disciple of the Great Void Heaven Temple, he still reminded Shuang. Who exactly did he offend? Dongbua Shuang, little doll. A cheerful voice rang out. Forefather. Dongbua Shuang recognized the voice the moment he heard it. He immediately greeted respectfully. This was not the first time he had heard Forefather Tianyu's voice. Who is your Void Walker lineage's teacher? Forefather Tianyu's voice continued asking. The raging winds continued to howl in the surroundings. Dongbua Shuang could not see Forefather Tianyu, but he still replied respectfully, Guqi. It's him. Woo, it's actually him. This is going to be troublesome. Remember, do not tell anyone that you are Guqi's disciple. Amen. How about this? I will send a message to the Void Primogenitor and tell him about you. If anyone discovers your identity as a Void Walker, just say that you are the Void Primogenitor's disciple. Forefather Tianyu reminded. Remember, do not say that you are Guqi's disciple. Yes. Dongbua Shuang replied. He could not help but ask, Forefather, does my teacher have a great enemy? Guqi is slightly mad. He dares to do anything. Forefather Tianyu said, regardless, do not get involved with him for now. Otherwise, you can only stay within the Great Void Heaven Temple and not leave. The moment you leave, you will be ambushed. I understand. Dongbua Shuang was inwardly startled. There is also the matter of you comprehending the apocalyptic second sword at the ruler realm. Do not flaunt it to others. It is better for you to remain low profile. Both I and Sword Master think highly of you. Forefather Tian Yu instructed. I understand. Dongbua Shui Ying acknowledged. It was not beneficial for him to flaunt it. Since you have become a void god, then hurry up and become an inner hall elder. Forefather Tian Yu instructed. Yes, inner hall elders had an extremely high status within the Great Void Heaven Temple. They were famous across the 5 great sacred worlds and the primal chaos void. The reason why they had such a status was because of their corresponding strength. At the entrance of the Palace Hall of Time, time-space distorted. A figure appeared from the distorted time-space. He was none other than the white-robed Dongbua Shuang. He was looking at that towering star pagoda from afar. The star pagoda was the only pagoda that could match the height of the Great Void Palace Hall. It had a unique and important status within the Great Void Heaven Temple. But to enter, one had to be a void god at the very least. According to hearsay, the star pagoda was refined by Lord Lo Cheng, and there is one in each of the 6 great holy grounds. Dongbua Shui Ying thought, according to hearsay, the star pagoda involves a huge secret, and one has to get through the 5th level of star pagoda before one can know about it. The Great Void Heaven Temple had its own rules. Void gods at the origin birth realm had to get through the 3rd level of star pagoda within 10 billion years before they could become an inner hall elder. Currently, there was only a single origin birth realm inner hall elder in the entire Great Void Heaven Temple because it was too difficult, ridiculously difficult. The others were all Unity realm inner hall elders. At the Unity realm, one had to get through the 5th level of star pagoda before they could become an inner hall elder. I'll first enter and have a look. What exactly is the huge secret that Teacher Gu Qi isn't telling me about? Dongbua Shui Ying turned into a stream of light and flew towards the star pagoda. Asterisk, there was only one night watch today. Rest early and watch the women's volleyball finals tomorrow morning. Ashamed. Previously, I was very excited watching the badminton games. I was so excited that my thighs became numb. Asterisk. Chapter 828. The towering star pagoda did not have any protectors guarding its entrance. It did not need any protectors either. Any void god in the Great Void Heaven Temple was qualified to enter. South, Dongbua Shui Ying turned into a stream of light and flew towards the entrance of the star pagoda. Look, isn't that Dongbua Shui? Its senior disciple brother, Dongbua Shui. He flew into the star pagoda. He really entered the star pagoda. Some of the true god disciples flying within the Great Void Heaven Temple saw Dongbua Shui flying into the star pagoda. They were all startled at that moment because of the suppression of the sacred world. It was hard for them to detect the aura of Dongbua Shui from afar. But the requirement to enter the star pagoda was to reach the void god realm. This was something that could not be violated. He has already become a void god? Many true god disciples were dumbstruck. He had just arrived at the Great Void Heaven Temple and had just participated in the true god disciple battle. Yet he had already stepped into the void god realm? But many disciples were still rejoicing. With a golden robe disciple becoming a void god, they would have a higher chance of entering the top 10 in the next true god disciple battle. It would be best if 8 or 10 of them could break through at the same time. But breaking through in the laws and profound mysteries was clearly not that easy. Dongbua Shui flew into the pagoda door of the star pagoda. The pagoda door had always been open, and it was dark and unfathomable. As he flew in, he could only feel the surrounding space stacking up. After flying for a while, he saw a vast, desolate land. That is, Dongbua Shui saw a relatively conspicuous mountain peak standing on the desolate land. One side of the mountain peak was cut flat, and there were 3 unfamiliar words written on it. But the meaning contained within the words was instantly understood by Dongbua Shui. It was the word Star Pagoda. There were even carvings by the side of the mountain wall. Those were carvings of a humanoid creature. He seemed slightly thin and small, and his armor was a close-fitting inner armor. He was currently coldly looking at Dongbua Shuang, who was outside. Boom! At the instant his eyes met with this sculpture, Dongbua Shuang suddenly felt fear in his heart. Even though he could feel a vast and boundless pressure when he saw Forefather Tianyu and the Sword Master, he could still feel it. At the very least, Forefather Tianyu and the Sword Master didn't have any hostility towards him. That kind of pressure was merely caused by the huge difference in their levels of life. But at this moment, Dongbua Shuang was trembling uncontrollably. The carvings on the wall seemed to have come to life. The invisible aura caused Dongbua Shuang to see a shocking scene. This was a skinny and small life form wearing a tight-fitting robe. He had a bald head, and there were many cultivators around him. The aura of these cultivators varied in strength, but the weakest was at the Unity Realm. The strongest, too, were even emitting the aura of Primal Chaos Realm. Ho, the one! 5-meter tall, skinny, and small life form let out a savage growl. Its body abruptly turned into a lump of black light that shot out in all directions, engulfing everything in its path. All the cultivators, including the 2 Primal Chaos Realm giants, were swept by the black light. All of them were annihilated. Not only were their bodies destroyed, even their weapons and armors were completely shattered. The endless black light immediately gathered back. He turned back into a skinny and small life form. He coldly swept his gaze across the empty surroundings. His eyes did not have any trace of emotion. Closely following that, this scene dissipated. This. Dongbua Shuang looked at the carvings of the skinny and small life form beside the 3 words Star Pagoda on the wall. The battle scene just now, those cultivators who were massacred, including the 2 Primal Chaos Realm giants, their panic was so real. It shouldn't be fake. This Star Pagoda was refined by Lord Locheng. There was no meaning in creating a fake piece of information after leaving behind this scene. Almost all the Primal Chaos Realm existences in the 5 great sacred worlds and Primal Chaos Void are famous. As long as I carefully collect the information, I might be able to find out the identity of the 2 Primal Chaos Realm giants that were killed. Dongbua Shuang thought. Even though his teacher Gu Qi had given him some information, it was only about the living Primal Chaos Realm existences. As for the 2 who were massacred in this scene, Dongbua Shuang did not have any information about them. They might have died in battle. Who exactly is this skinny and small life form? Unless this is the huge hidden secret that my teacher Gu Qi mentioned, but I can only find out after passing the 5th level of Star Pagoda. Dongbua Shuang understood that he was still too weak. His teacher Gu Qi might have given him enough information, but there were some secrets that he did not mention. Clearly, he did not want to spoil the mental state of Dongbua Shuang. For instance, the sacred master of the ancient sacred world had enmity with almost all the final realm existences. For instance, the most primitive ancient sacred world was ultimately shattered, or the final realm existences had fallen before. All sorts of secrets were not suitable for someone at his level to know. Who? Dongbua Shuang continued, moving forward. He flew past the mountain wall and looked at this vast, desolate land. Countless gray light surged out from underground, condensing into a blurred figure. Finally, it completely took shape. This was a gray-armored warrior about 3 meters tall. There was a unique curved horn embedded on his shoulder armor. His blue-skinned head was currently staring at Dongbua Shuang. Kill him, and you can proceed to the 2nd level. The Star Pagoda treasure spirit's voice sounded by the ears of Dongbua Shuang. A trial. Dongbua Shuang carefully observed his opponent. He could not help but feel startled. This gray-armored warrior stood there coldly. The aura he emitted was incompatible with the laws of the world around him. Cultivators like Dongbua Shueing, the ancestor mother religion, ancient cultivation, bloodline cultivation, and other systems were compatible with the laws of the world. But this gray-armored warrior in front of him had an aura that caused the surrounding void to slightly distort. That was the interference of the laws of the world. Amen. Who is my opponent this time? The gray-armored warrior looked at Dongbua Shueing too. His talent allowed him to easily sense the aura of the soul of Dongbua Shueing, so weak, a trash that can't even enter the mainstream. Dongbua Shueing observed for a while before acting. He did not display his slaughter domain because, even though he had become a void god, he relied on the void walker lineage. His understanding of the laws did not improve at all. The slaughter domain was of great help in the true god-disciple battle, but against this opponent in front of him, Dongbua Shueing could faintly feel that it was useless. Go. With a thought from Dongbua Shueing, so, 3 black-robe Dongbua Shueing appeared by the side of that gray-armored warrior. All of them wielded a spear and immediately displayed the strongest killing move he grasped, the apocalyptic second sword. Hoo. In an instant, dense spear shadows flashed, and each spear stabbed out 81 times in a row. The 81 spear shadows vaguely formed a huge formation diagram, and 3 spear formation diagrams directly enveloped the gray-armored warrior. The gray-armored warrior stood there unmoving. He allowed the 3 great spear array diagrams to strike on his body, leaving behind some white spots on his gray armor. So weak, the gray-armored warrior said. Dongbua Shueing's expression changed. South, the gray-armored warrior moved. He disappeared from his original location. Closely following that, he appeared by the side of Dongbua Shueing. He waved his right hand. There were actually 2 scimitars on each of his arms. As he waved his right hand, the scimitars brought with them a destructive force that swept across the body of Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing's body also dissipated, but in the distance he appeared again. Dongbua Shueing looked solemnly at the gray-armored warrior. Teleportation! The suppression of the sacred world was extremely powerful. Ordinary void walkers at the origin birth stage would not be able to teleport. As a void walker who had stepped into the origin birth stage, Dongbua Shueing was able to teleport. He did not expect his opponent to be able to teleport as well. You can teleport as well. The moment the gray-armored warrior waved his scimitars, he discovered that his attack was merely an afterimage. Humph! Dongbua Shueing also understood that his opponent's body was too strong. His attacks with his clones would not be able to threaten his opponent at all. Thus, he immediately wielded his deep violet spear and teleported into close combat. Shwa, shwa, shwa! The silhouettes of the gray-armored warrior and Dongbua Shueing flickered continuously as they engaged in close combat. Every time their weapons clashed, Dongbua Shueing would only be at a slight disadvantage by relying on his physical strength. His soul aura is very weak, but his strength is close to mine. The cultivators of the Great Void Heaven Temple are indeed proficient in fighting against those of a higher level. The gray-armored warrior thought to himself. The killing intent in his heart grew even denser. Chapter 8:29. An hour later, at the entrance of the Star Tower, Dongbua Shueing appeared out of thin air. His face was pale as an evil energy was constantly being expelled from his body. Once it reached the outside world, the gray evil energy would wail and turn into nothingness. I disregarded my injuries and gave it my all, yet I could only injure him. I couldn't kill him at all. Dongbua Shueing looked at the entrance in front of him. The first level of Star Pagoda is so difficult. The apocalyptic second sword was said to be able to allow a ruler realm expert to escape from a unity realm expert. However, his 3 clones' apocalyptic second sword couldn't even injure him. According to the intelligence I know, one has to have the strength of an ordinary unity realm expert to pass through the first level of Star Pagoda. Those who can pass through the second level are at the peak of unity realm. and those who can pass through the third level are at the peak of Unity Realm. Dongbua Shui Ing pondered. Even though I've grasped the apocalyptic second sword, I'm still far from a Unity Realm expert. Ordinary void gods have to reach the peak of the Unity Realm. Dongbua Shui Ing sighed inwardly. Very difficult, even in the great void heaven temple. Some of the Unity Realm experts would only be able to pass through the third or fourth level and become an outer hall elder. Unity Realm experts had to get through the fifth level before they could take on the role of an inner hall elder. At the fifth level, they would have reached the boundary of the primal chaos realm. Furthermore, they would have extremely high attainments in certain aspects, allowing them to survive and escape even when facing primal chaos realm giants. For this reason, the status of an inner hall elder of the great void heaven temple was extremely high. As an existence that had passed the fifth level, he could easily kill hundreds or thousands of ordinary Unity Realm experts. They could no longer be treated as Unity Realm experts. And in the legends, there were still those at the Unity Realm who could pass through the sixth level. That was someone who could fight against ordinary primal chaos giants. However, this was too rare. It seemed like the great void heaven temple didn't have a single one. It had happened in history. Of course, there were even more heaven-defying people. Those who passed the seventh level at the Unity Realm were legends in the 6 Holy Lands. In the long history of the 6 Holy Lands, there were only 2 such people. Those 2 had already reached the Primal Chaos Realm and were extremely terrifying existences at the Primal Chaos Realm. Back at the Temple of Time, on a planet filled with beautiful grasslands, Dongbua Shui Ing was cultivating in seclusion. According to the regulations of the Great Void Heaven Temple, after becoming a void god, one must get through the third level of Star Pagoda within 10 billion years to become an inner hall elder. Otherwise, one must become an outer hall elder and be sent to the primal chaos city. Dongbua Shui Ing thought to himself, the 10 billion years here were equivalent to the outside world's time. If one had enough origin world stones, one could accelerate the flow of time inside the Temple of Time by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. With so many origin world stones, the great void heaven temple would be happy to see such a scene. Void gods would require 5 origin world rocks every 100 million years within the Palace Hall of Time, where time was accelerated by 100 times. If he were to cultivate inside for 10 billion years, that would be a total of 500 origin world rocks. He couldn't afford to play around. I should be able to do it. There is an ordinary void god inner hall elder in this era. If you include history, there are even more. Dongbua Shui Ing focused on his cultivation. After becoming a void god, he naturally had to properly cultivate. Previously, he had just broken through and went to the Star Pagoda to have a look out of curiosity. Because his fleshy body had broken through to the void god level, his fleshy body would nurture his soul, and his soul would gradually become stronger. The improvement of his soul allowed Dongbua Shui Ing's comprehension and cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Currently, he was focusing on the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, and Tao of Ripple. Naturally, his previous comprehension made him feel that the Tao of Mirage was the greatest, followed by the Tao of Slaughter. Time passed. On this grassland planet, the weeds were growing continuously. They grew taller and taller until they were even taller than Dongbua Shui Ing, who was seated cross-legged. In the end, they withered, turning the grassland planet into a piece of desolation. On this desolate planet, weeds gradually broke out from the ground and grew once again. Grow, wither. This was a reincarnation cycle. One reincarnation after another. 1,000,000 years, more than 100 million years passed. To mortals, this was an incomparably long time. But to the current Dongbua Shui Ing, this was merely a relatively short amount of time he needed to deduce and perfect the Tao of Mirage. 230 million years. This was the amount of time Shui Ing needed to break through in his Tao of Mirage after his soul reached the void god level. The cross-legged seated Dongbua Shui Ing opened his eyes. There was an enormous celestial body revolving within his eyes. Hong Long Long, his inner world. It was also undergoing a huge transformation. The originally vast continent-sized inner world was currently distorting. Under the influence of an unseen law, the entire inner world was transforming from a continent into a cosmosphere. Sphere. The sun star was spherical. The moon star was spherical. The cosmos was spherical. Every part of the spherical surface was absolutely perfect. The distance between them and the central core was absolutely equal. This was a very perfect and high-grade body. When one stepped from the true God ruler to the void God, the inner world of the laws and profound mysteries lineage would undergo a huge transformation. But how it transformed was related to the law system comprehended. The Tao of Mirage would evolve into the Mirage law system. When some broke through to the void God realm, their inner world would become like the material realm. From a huge continent world, it would transform into a large number of land worlds coexisting together. Many land worlds coexisting together to form a single entity. This was also a form of improvement. Another instance, the inner world would transform into the dark abyss. From a huge land world, it would transform into many layers of land worlds, stacking on top of each other until it formed an intestine-shaped entity. Material realm, dark abyss, sun star, moon star, these were existences at the same level, yet they represented different directions. The current evolution of Dongbua Shuiying's inner world was leaning towards the direction of the sun star and moon star. Hong Long Long, finally, the inner world had turned into an enormous planet. It was incomparably huge, comparable to the size of the sun star and moon star. But in terms of power, it was much weaker. The same volume of soil and the same volume of steel were naturally different. Currently, the enormous planet in his body was merely newly born. Mirage planet. Dongbua Shuiying sensed the enormous planet in his body. The current operating law of this planet was the new Mirage law system that Dongbua Shuiying comprehended. This system used the Tao of Mirage as its core and fused together with many other profound mysteries. Even the profound mysteries of the Tao of Slaughter and Tao of Ripple were partially fused into it. It was the same Tao. Different people who walked out of it would be different. In order to reach the void God realm, one only had to create a complete law system. Following that, Dongbua Shuiying's soul improved once again with the Mirage law system as its core. Time passed. After spending 200 million years to break through in the Tao of Mirage, Shuiying had comprehended the apocalyptic second sword and had the experience of breaking through in the Tao of Mirage. Hence, he spent just 150 million years to break through in the Tao of Slaughter. But the final Tao of Ripple was relatively taxing to cultivate. Dongbua Shuiying was not in a rush. Just like his teacher, Bloodblade, his breakthrough in the laws and profound mysteries was slow and taxing. Most of his attention was placed on the less than 13 apocalyptic swords. He had comprehended the apocalyptic second sword as a ruler, and now that he had broken through in the Tao of Slaughter, comprehending the apocalyptic third sword, this allowed Dongbua Shuiying to reap many benefits. His Tao of Ripple was also gradually improving. After all, as his horizons and realm became higher, the difficulty in comprehending would naturally decrease. He was not in a rush at all. The Palace Hall of Time could accelerate time by 100 times, allowing him to cultivate leisurely. Chapter 830. After cultivating in seclusion for 6 billion years, his wave Tao broke through and reached the void God realm, forming its own system of laws. After cultivating in seclusion for 3 billion years, Dongbua Shuiying finally mastered the apocalyptic third sword. This caused Dongbua Shuiying to sigh in shock. He had grasped the second sword when he was in the ruler realm, and had even grasped the slaughter law system after that. Who would have thought that the apocalyptic third sword would take such a long time? After mastering the apocalyptic third sword, The reason why Dongbua Shui-ing chose to challenge the Star Pagoda after coming out of closed-door cultivation was also for the sake of actual combat. This time his walker's hidden secret had reached the 26th level. Coupled with the apocalyptic third sword, he was indeed able to easily kill the enemies on the first level of the Star Pagoda. That gray-armored creature finally dissipated into a gray radiance and fused with the ground. The Star Pagoda opened a spatial entrance that led to a higher level. Dongbua Shui-ing stepped into the second level. On the second layer, he still won, ascending to the third floor. Defeated, Dongbua Shui-ing could only go to the myriad Elephant Palace Hall and flip through many books at the Void God level. He pondered over them and cultivated within the Palace Hall of Time, working hard to improve himself. But clearly, after comprehending the apocalyptic third sword, it was extremely difficult for him to improve his strength any further. Even if the slaughter domain was perfected, it was still limited in helping him fight at the third level of Star Pagoda. It was obvious that it was extremely difficult to become an Inner Hall Elder at the Origin Birth stage. While Dongbua Shui-ing was flipping through manuals and cultivating in the Great Void Heaven Temple in his homeworld. In his hometown cosmos, the ancestor mother religion had long been destroyed. Being a void god, Bloodblade was unparalleled across the entire cosmos, causing the cosmos to be much more peaceful than in the past. In the starry sky, a young man in tattered robes was seated cross-legged on a damaged meteor. His hair was disheveled, and his fingers were moving about, causing divine markings to ceaselessly appear around him. He was the son of Imperial Monarch Dongbo, who was renowned for his strength and status and was only inferior to the Bloodblade Imperial Monarch Dongbo Yu. Boom! The body of the youth in tattered robes trembled slightly. The countless divine runes around him formed an extremely beautiful pattern. It was so perfect. Laws of heaven and earth. Laws of heaven and earth. Dongbua's voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. I've comprehended it. I've comprehended it. Father, I've comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Father, I've figured it out. At this moment, Dongbua's jade-like eyes were filled with tears. He, Dongbua Jade, was favored by the heavens. From the moment he was born, there was a giant behind him that could support the entire world. Dongbua Shui-ing. When he was born in the physical world of the Xia people, his father was the strongest expert in the entire history of the Xia people. He was a hero who saved the entire Xia people and was also the leader of the Xia people's world. He, Dongbua, was born with the strongest backing. He and his sister were carefree. Although their parents were strict with them, they did not feel pressured at all. In the world of the Xia people and the Crimson Rock Mountain, his father had caused huge waves in the deity world and the dark abyss, and his strength and status continued to rise. Although he had inherited the outstanding talent of his parents, the best resources, and even the personal guidance of his parents, he was still stuck at the limits of the deity realm. It was only a setback in his relationship that caused him to transform and step into the world deity realm. After that, his cultivation speed slowed down once more. His father became the new third ancestor. He even became a ruler. His strength and status were so high that he was second only to Bloodblade. Even Bloodblade was Dongbua Jade's grandmaster. He had extremely good conditions, and even had the opportunity to enter the Devil Mountain cosmos to cultivate. Even the third prince, Jiao Yinlu, who had an extremely high status in the Devil Mountain cosmos, had given his father face and nurtured him with all his might. Even after billions of years, he was still stuck at the stage for World Deity Realm. His father, Dongbua Shui-ing, originally had a bright future ahead of him. He was the most talented cultivator in the entire cosmos, and his cultivation speed was much faster than Bloodblade and the others. There was still a very long time before this epic ended. As long as he cultivated step by step with his talent, it would not be hard for his father to step into the so-called Void God Unity realm. When he went to the Holy Ground, the Great Void Heaven Temple, he might be able to improve further, and there was a high chance that he would become a primal Chaos Realm Giant. But for him, for his mother, Jing Qiu, and for his father, Dongbua Shuang, who could not bear to see the souls of his loved ones dissipating, chose to leave the cosmos and enter the vast, primal chaos void. Jing Qiu was not willing. He, Dongbua Jade, was not willing either. They could face death calmly. But his father was not willing to watch helplessly. Thus, his father did not hesitate to enter the primal chaos void despite the danger, embarking on a journey to the distant sacred world. How long was this journey? Could his father reach the sacred world? If he reached the sacred world, it was said that the sacred world was 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger than the cosmos. There were many experts and dangers. Would his father be safe as he fought with his mother, Jing Qiu, for Dongbua Jade? He was afraid that his father would die, afraid that his father would die in the primal chaos void, afraid that he would die in the sacred world. There were too many possibilities. Everything made Dongbua Jade afraid. When his father was shielding him from the wind and rain, he had never felt it because he was used to it ever since he was born. His father was that towering figure. But now that his father left the cosmos and embarked on a journey filled with danger, he was truly afraid. He was filled with regret. He regretted not transcending. Thus, he became even more frenzied in his cultivation. He did not wish to disappoint his father. Within the vast river of time, the undulating figure was none other than Dongbua Jade. Now, with the help of the laws of the heaven and earth, that figure directly flew upwards. Although the river water was dragging him, it was unable to stop him. It merely caused some waves, and Dongbua Jade flew out of the river of time. I transcended, father. Dongbua Jade stood on the meteorite and muttered. Dongbua Jade, monarch residence. Dongbua Jade saw his mother, Jing Qiu. You are... Jing Qiu looked at her son and revealed a look of joy. She could tell with a single glance that what her father, monarch Mo, Shui desired, what she herself had even reincarnated for, transcending. And now, her son Dongbua Jade had achieved it. Mother. Dongbua Jade revealed a smile. Following that, the smile disappeared. In his heart, there was indeed not much joy, because at this moment he wanted his father to know. Good. Jing Qiu's face was filled with joy. She had cultivated for much longer than her son and had almost lost all hope of transcending. But seeing her son transcend, she was still filled with boundless joy. This is great. If your father knew, he would definitely be very happy. But father isn't here. Dongbua Jade said. Jing Qiu was slightly startled. She could feel her son's emotions. She also raised her head and looked at the starry sky above Dongbua Monarch residence. Outside the starry sky, outside the cosmos, where was her husband? Was he still well? I wonder where father is now and how he is doing. Dongbua Jade said softly. Chapter 831. The white-robed Dongbua Shui raised his head and looked at the towering star tower. The star tower was emitting a vast pressure that spread out in all directions. Dongbua Shui took a step and entered the spatial passageway at the entrance of the star tower. The space was distorted. This time, when Dongbua Shui was flying, the spatial passageway became even more distorted. When Dongbua Shui flew out, he saw a vast desert world. This was the third level of the star tower. Hua. Vast gray light surged out from the depths of the desert, condensing into many figures. In the blink of an eye, there were over 100 gray armored beings standing there. Some of them were tall and sturdy, some were skinny, and some even had 6 arms. Even their weapons were divided into different types. However, the common point was that they were all wearing gray armor, and there was a curved horn embedded on their shoulder armor. The 100 gray, armored beings stared at Dongbua Shui. The white-robed Dongbua Shui looked at the opponents in front of him. If there was only one of these gray armored beings, he would be able to deal with it easily. However, the moment there were 10 of them, they would be able to faintly form a formation, causing their strength to rise. The moment there were 100 of them, their strength would rise once again. Furthermore, they possessed evil energy that even the operating laws despised. As long as they were attacked, it would invade their bodies. If it was a small amount, they would be able to expel it quickly. However, if there were too many of them, it would be troublesome. Previously, when he was defeated, it was all thanks to the formation spirit of the Star Tower helping him to suppress it. Otherwise, the large amount of evil energy would be enough to kill him. This time it's different. The white robe Dongbua, Shui-ing, did not take out his void god weapon this time. Instead, he merely stood on the desert. Go. He pointed with his finger. A large amount of termination energy flew out from his body. Densely packed, dark, purple termination energy flew out from the surface of his body. Under the control of Dongbua Shui-ing's powerful willpower, he directly activated the power of laws. Every dark, purple termination energy flew at high speed and actually turned into many dark purple fishes. There were a total of 1,000 dark purple fishes. In an instant, they covered the sky as they flew towards those gray armored beings. Kill! The bodies of the hundreds of gray armored creatures were surrounded by evil gray energy. Their energy merged into one, and their auras were much stronger. All of them disappeared in an instant, teleporting. Dongbua Shui-ing teleported away as well. Hua hua hua! Thousands of dark purple fishes dove into the void and began their attack. As Dongbua Shui-ing had reached the 28th level of Walker's hidden secret, his control over the void was much stronger than these gray-armored creatures. One after another, the dark purple fishes rapidly chased after the gray-armored creatures. These gray-armored creatures coldly defended themselves, but the deep purple fish were extremely agile and fast. They barely managed to block a few, but most of the fish instantly pierced into their bodies. In the past, their bodies were tough, and Dongbua Shui-ing's group attack was useless against them. But this time, their bodies were like broken cloth bags. Xiao, xiao, xiao! The densely packed violet fishes were crazily piercing through their bodies. They were constantly shuttling back and forth. Even when they were exhausted, Shui-ing would continue releasing the termination energy, turning it into violet fishes to replenish their losses. Under the frenzied attacks, these gray-armored life forms let out furious roars, yet they were completely suppressed. Just like that, their injuries worsened. 10 breaths later, they finally dissipated. The gray light fused back into the great earth. We won. Dongbua Shui-ing revealed a grin. He finally won. He got through the 3rd level of Star Pagoda as a void god at the Origin Birth Realm. That was too difficult. Ever since the end of the True God-Disciple battle, he had been in closed-door cultivation for 8 billion years. Actually, he had grasped the apocalyptic 3rd sword at 3 billion years ago. He originally wanted to fuse the apocalyptic 3rd sword with his Tao of Ripple to create the 10th volume of Wind Ripple Path. But after trying, he discovered that it was too difficult. Thus, as he pondered over it, he tried simplifying the apocalyptic 3rd sword into a group attack. He was indeed weak in terms of group attacks, and to control a large number of termination energy to unleash a killing move at the same time. The apocalyptic 3rd sword required a huge amount of effort. He could at most let 5 termination energy unleash the apocalyptic 3rd sword at the same time. But this was not enough. There were too few of them, and the enemies could completely defend against them. Even if they attacked one at a time, the energy of those gray-armored creatures could allow the injured to recover rapidly. Thus, he had to kill them all. He had to use a large-scale technique. Thus, he simplified the apocalyptic 3rd sword. Simplifying it was much simpler than fusing the Tao of Ripple. But Dongbua Shui-ing still had to make it easier to unleash it. The larger the scale, the better. This was much harder. He simplified it time after time, using the original concept of the apocalyptic 3rd sword as the foundation. He kept simplifying it, trying his best to make it as simple as possible. Finally, he created the current group attack killing move. Fish Dragon Kill. Time to have a look at the fourth level. The white-robed Dongbua Shui flew into the sky once again. He flew along the huge hole in the sky and entered the fourth level of Star Pagoda. That was a vast mountain world. There was only a single life form wearing a blood-colored armor. This time, Dongbua Shui used his fish dragon kill to attack the other party. He also used his void god weapon to fight in close combat, yet he could barely injure the other party. Nevertheless, he was heavily injured by the sinister blood energy. Fortunately, the Star Pagoda Array spirit helped him to suppress and expel it. I'm still too weak. Dongbua Shui understood. Being a void god at the origin birth realm, it was amazing for him to kill his way to the third level. He was still far from reaching the fourth level. It is time for me to go out and have a walk. Dongbua Shui knew that he had reached a bottleneck, and it was hard for him to improve any further. It would be hard for him to improve even after a few billion years, unless he used a longer period like 10 times the time to comprehend. But time was too extravagant for him. The Palace of Time might be able to accelerate time, but the price was huge. At the origin birth realm, cultivating for 8 billion years was equivalent to 58 million years in the outside world. But he had spent 29,000 contribution points, which was equivalent to 3 origin world rocks. He did not have many treasures and could not afford to waste time here. Dang, 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 the bell of the Great Void Palace Hall sounded. It reverberated across the entire Great Void Holy Ground. As long as they were in the Great Void Heaven Temple, many inner hall elders and hall masters were rushing towards the Great Void Palace Hall. Even many outer hall elders and true God disciples who were not qualified to go looked towards the Great Void Palace Hall with bewilderment. What was going on? What major event had happened? Every time the bell of the Great Void Palace Hall rang, it would signify an extremely important event. Within the Great Void Palace Hall, at the highest point, Forefather Tianyu and Sword Master were seated side by side. On both sides of the stairs, there were 8 hall masters seated there. On both sides of the Great Palace Hall, there were many inner hall elders. At this moment, their gazes landed on a white-robed young man standing at the center of the Great Palace Hall. The white-robed Dongbua Shui stood there. Today, I have gathered everyone here because my Great Void Heaven Temple has a joyous occasion. Forefather Tianyu chuckled. Dongbua Shui has already gotten through the 3rd level of Star Pagoda. From today onwards, he will be the 39th Inner Hall Elder of my Great Void Heaven Temple. Inner Hall Elder? The higher-ups of the Great Void Heaven Temple present, including the Hall Masters, looked at Dongbua Shui with shock. How long had it been? It had only been 58 million years since the true God-disciple battle. Previously, Dongbua Shui was just a true God ruler, but now he had become an Inner Hall Elder? Even though they could see that Dongbua Shui had cultivated for more than 5 billion years, and they reckoned that he had relied on the Palace of Time, but this was still a short period of time. Furthermore, even though the Great Void Heaven Temple had a rule stating that void gods at the origin birth realm could become an Inner Hall Elder as long as they got through the 3rd level of Star Pagoda within 10 billion years, most cultivators would rely on the Palace of Time to cultivate for a longer period. And without a doubt, the difficulty of getting through the 3rd level at the origin birth realm was much harder than getting through the 5th level at the Unity realm. Previously, there was only one Inner Hall Elder in the Great Void Heaven Temple who was at the origin birth realm. It was certain that a monster who could get through the 3rd level at the origin birth realm would be able to easily get through the 5th level once he reached the Unity realm. Finally, we have another comrade, Elder Dongbua. They looked at Dongbua Shui. Being a holy ground, the Great Void Heaven Temple only had 38 Inner Hall Elders in the past. Naturally, those who died in battle were not counted. Dongbua Shui, from today onwards, you will be an Inner Hall Elder of my Great Void Heaven Temple. I hope that you will protect the rules of my Great Void heaven temple together with other disciples, and protect the only holy ground of my laws and profound mysteries lineage. Forefather Tianyu smiled as he looked below. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing 3 golden lights to fly towards Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang waved his hand before keeping them. He respectfully replied, Dongbua Shuang will definitely do his best. End of this chapter. ****.